And they're off. Profitability to first to show. Stars and Stones did not get off to the best of beginnings. And now from the far outside, I Got Busted and Jeremiah Flores pedal to the metal, and they quickly open up a 3-length lead. It's all I Got Busted early. Big Baby Henry second, rushing up now. Stars and Stones after that awkward start. Back and forth is Profitability, and the trailer is Gunman 22-3. A blistering opening quarter there, set by I Got Busted. Stars and Stones on the outside. Moves up into second, just ahead of Big Baby Henry. Back and forth is Profitability. It's a long way back to Lone Gunman. He trails the field. He's 25 from the front. The field's off the turn and into the stretch. It's all I Got Busted through a half and 46. I Got Busted. Hand ride Jeremiah Flores, a 3.5 length lead. Stars and Stones giving chase as they come to the 16th pole, but I Got Busted got to the lead early and improved his call at every position. I Got Busted by a half dozen. Then it was Stars and Stones, Profitability, beat me here in race 2, scratched a 1A and 5. Post time for the second is in just over 22 minutes. Folks, one. And they're off. There goes Almendro, and now production credit from the rail asserts himself, and these two go at it early on. They've already opened up 3 lengths on the duo of Devious Banker and Smooth Tail. Sutton Breeze lets them duke it out. He's 8 or 9 from the lead. Production credit inside, Almendro outside. These two full throttle to the far turn. Devious Banker moving up through a wicked 22-second opening quarter. It's Almendro outside of production credit. Trying to get closer is Devious Banker from the back. Sutton Breeze revs up, and now Smooth Tails trails. They come to the quarter pole. Almendro and production credit. There's plenty of room at the rail for Devious Banker. Heeman Harkey alters course and goes right up the inside. There goes Devious Banker to battle Almendro through a half and 46 and 3. Devious Banker, Almendro re-rallies down the center. Here comes Sutton Breeze. They're coming to the 16th pole. It's Almendro. Sutton Breeze is way out in the middle of the track, and Devious Banker's inside. Almendro, Devious Banker, Sutton Breeze, Almendro, and Devious Banker, Almendro. For a fin and a dime. $5.10 for you non-racetrackers out there. 10-cent super, 3642, $1.67. Down. And they're off. Off a little slowly. That was the favorite, the number 6, Mucho Mamma Mia. Not off slowly was Dr. Gianelli, who goes to the lead. MAS Grooves to the inside second. Floated 3 or 4 wide on that first turn is Jessica's Race. Along the inside there, Sweet Sensation split by Raw Power. To the outside, Mucho Mamma Mia is 6 lengths from the lead after that bit of a tardy beginning. MAS Grooves finds her way to the front end, just a half length, maybe a neck, in front of Dr. G and Alley. Through an opening quarter in a sensible 25 seconds flat. Jessica's Race being towed into things through the slow fractions, widest of all, in third, now all the way up into second as MAS Grooves backpedals just a tad. Sweet Sensation, then Dr. Gianelli, and it's 4 or 5 wide for Mucho Mamma Mia as they make their way to the far turn. They really bunch here. It's just 3 lengths from front to back. Dr. Gianelli, Emmanuel De Diego starts to encourage her to get some separation, but Jessica's Race, Jeremiah Flores looking for a double and not letting her get away. Through a half and 49 flat, they pick the tempo up there as Jessica's Race makes the lead. Battling right back, Dr. Gianelli. From the back, Raw Power tries to rev up. MAS Grooves is done. Not today for Mucho Mamma Mia. And Sweet Sensation trails 3/4, 115. Off the turn into the stretch. Dr. Gianelli trying to see it through. Jessica's Race with dead aim if good enough. Down the center's Raw Power. Jessica's Race just went right to the throat latch of Dr. Gianelli. In the meantime, Raw Power keeps coming. Dr. Gianelli's almost home. Raw Power, her main danger. Dr. Gianelli past the 16th pole. Raw Power, dead aim. Dr. Gianelli, Raw Power got her. Right on the money. Then it was cents and the 10-cent super, 6-5. 3476, $6.57. Race 4 comes up next. Pick 3 starts here in race 4. Scratch the 6, Hot Rod Lincoln. Race 4. And they're off. Ripe for mischief. There's Lucky Mucho Man and Blue Lieutenant Carlos Camillo sending him hard. Between Bustin' Credit gets to the lead as well. Now Bustin' Credit gets the lead. over Blue Lieutenant. Gap of 2.5 to Lucky Mucho Man, who's shadowed by Ripe for Mischief. Between rivals is Broken Hearted. Along the inside, there's Pure Crazy Groove. Just passed by Misawa Uncle Vic's at the back of the pack, 22 and 4. Bustin' Credit fought his way to the lead over the Blue Lieutenant as they make their way onto the far turn. From the back, Misawa and Heeman Harkey revving up here. Just went past Broken Hearted. Then we have the duo of Ripe for Mischief and Lucky Mucho Man as the field makes their way to the quarter pole, led by Bustin' Credit. The half went in 46 and 4 off the turn and into the stretch. Bustin' Credit, Blue Lieutenant rides the rails and tries to re-rally. Misawa down the center, Broken Hearted, Joel Cruz trying to find a path for him, but they come past the 8th pole and down to the 16th pole. And Bustin' Credit and Jeremiah Flores well on their way to getting a double for trainer Paul Barrow. It's all Bustin' Credit. He's going to win it by 5. Good fight for second here. Looked like Blue Cent try 537, 127 even. 10-cent super, 5372, $75.15. 50-cent pick 3, 335, $6.40. And the 50-cent pick. And they're off. Oh, his head up at the start a bit there was the one Goldini. Ginsu Warrior, Manuel De Diego hustling him, and from the far outside, here's Jitter Juice and Carlos Camillo. They win the battle into that first turn. They have a length on Ginsu Warrior, who acquiesces in second. There's Flash Kiss and Raw Courage as a team. To their insides, Goldini, and then Buck Wild and Maceda trails. He's about 8 from the front. It's Ginsu Warrior and Jitter Juice alternating on the lead through an opening quarter and a pretty quick 24 seconds flat. It's a gap of 4 lengths back to Flash Kiss, who's in third. 2 more to the inside to Goldini, who overcame that start. Then we come back to Raw Courage, Maceda, and Buck Wild's at the back of the pack, a dozen from the leader. And the leader now is Ginsu Warrior through a half and 48 flat. Identical opening quarters here. Ginsu Warrior. Here comes a re-engaging Jitter Juice, 3 deep Flash Kiss, 4 wide Goldini as the field makes their way along the far turn here in Farmington. It's still Ginsu Warrior, not for long. Jitter Juice just took the lead away. Flash Kiss trying to follow that move. Heeman Harkey's all over Goldini from the back. Buck Wilds past a couple of rivals through 3 quarters and 113 and 2. They come off the turn and into the stretch, and Flash Kiss emerges with the lead. Jitter Juice tries to stay with him. Wide off the turn was Goldini. Ginsu Warrior battles on. Then Buck Wild and Raw Courage from the back. They come to the 8th pole. Flash Kiss, Andre Worry starting to shake the reins and open up a 3 or 4 length lead. It's all Flash Kiss coming down to the line here. Second is going to go to Jitter Juice. It was a long way back to third. Tight for third. Looks like 382, 77.50. 10-cent super, 3821, $45.45. And the 50-cent pick 3, 353, $7.20. And they're off. 5 destinations, last in, first out. There goes Painting Stones right to the lead. Painting Stones opens up a 2.5 length lead. The favorite Warstride whipping and driving to keep up in second. He's 2.5, 3 from the front. Back in third is Hot Take Jake. Then the trio of Paint the Line and Solo Flight and 5 destinations. And 7th race Shakes at the back of the pack. He's already 20 from the lead. Painting Stones 22 and 3. Painting Stones moving right along Warstride. Kabakoa just keeps chasing after the favorite. He's making a little bit of an impact now. They've opened up 6 or 7 on Hot Take Jake. Along the rail, Solo Flight's making up ground from the back. Keep an eye on 7th race Shake as well. He was far back early. He's about 10 from the front. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch. Painting Stones through a half and 46 and 3. Maintains a 2-length lead. Barreling down at him is Warstride. From the back comes Hot Take Jake, but they're in deep stretch now. Painting Stones is on his hands and knees. Here comes Warstride after him. Painting Stones, Warstride, Painting Stones, Warstride, Painting Stones, Painting Stones, and Warstride. I think Warstride. $2.335, $9.50. $2 exact, the 5-1, $6.70. 50-cent try, 518, $20 on the quarter. 10-cent super, 5183, 34. And they're off. A little slow there at the start was Double Shot. He's at the back where he usually is. They're scrambling up front. Cape Cod Gem blasts off from the rail. Quickly opens up a length and a half on Bay Bank and Boss Holiday, who are both under rides in second. Far outside, 6 or 7 back to Bottomless Refill, who moved up into fourth. He just went past Riley B and Fighter Kite. Then we come back to follow the signs and double shots at the tail end. They're three across the track through an opening quarter and 22 and a deuce. From the rail out, Cape Cod Gem, Baybank, and Boss Holiday. Bottomless refill, Emmanuel De Diego licking their chops in fourth. It's 5 or 6 more back to Riley B, just passed by Fighter Kite. Then the duo follow the signs and double shot. They're on the far turn, and Baybank has escaped with the lead. Cape Cod Gem calls it a day at the rail. Boss Holiday tries to battle on. Here comes Bottomless Refill through a half and 46 and 1. Off the turn into the stretch. Baybank weaving between horses there is Fighter Kite. Carlos Camillo with a nifty move. And here's Bottomless Refill down the center. Deep stretch. It's up the rail. Fighter Kite. Bottomless Refill from the back double shot. But Fighter Kite emerges with the lead. And Fighter Kite's going to win it by a length and a half. Then it was Bottomless $2 double. Pair of fives, 48.20. $2 exact, a 5-7, 164 even. 10-cent super, 10 cent, 50-cent try, 573 at 106.87. Dime super. And they're off. There goes Bustin' Roxy to the lead along the insides. Honest Banker, my Bronx baby, doesn't have her usual speed today. She is back in third, just moved up into second. Saloon Girl is to her outside in fourth, about 4.5 from the front. Then we come back to Bavarian Cream. The two at the back are Embraceable Gal. And wait, don't tell me as they race to the far turn, led by Bustin' Roxy, 22 and 1, a quick quarter. Here comes my Bronx Baby, and my Bronx Baby gives chase and goes right on by Bustin' Roxy. Saloon Girl's under a drive. Here comes Honest Banker. Emmanuel De Diego looking to get her off the inside as the field goes past the quarter pole. Bustin' Roxy, my Bronx Baby, Honest Banker, and Saloon Girl from the back of the pack. Trying to find the seam is Embraceable Gal. They're in deep stretch now. My Bronx Baby's almost home. Here comes Honest Banker with a rally. And Embraceable Gal. Embraceable Gal finishing best of all. Embraceable Gal splits him. And Embraceable Gal takes the Columbus Day Sprint by a length. 50-cent try, 452, $33. 10-cent super, 4521, 12. And they're off. Nanny broke at the back of the pack. There goes Game Misconduct for the lead on the far outside in a minute, trying to mix it up early. Between rivals, there is Bold Force. 4 wide on that turn when Seminarian cutting the corner there was Stormandy with a nifty move from Jose Baez. Along the rail is Hinani, who overcame the trouble at the beginning. He just snuck up the inside of Socks for Daughters. The two trailers are Carlin's Hustle and Croag Patrick, 24 and 1. Contested and quick opening quarter here as Game Misconduct, and in a minute, go at it. They've opened up 5 on Bold Force, who's moved up nicely into third. Stormandy along the rail in fourth. There's Socks for Daughters. Wide on the track is Seminarian. Splitting them is Hinani. Then we come back to Carlin's Hustle and Croag Patrick as the field makes their way to the far turn, led by In a Minute. In a Minute's opened up a 3-length lead. Game Misconduct trying to keep going from there. Stormandy's under a ride. So too Hinani. Backing up a little bit is Bold Force. Trying to gain ground Seminarian. Then Croag Patrick and Carlin's Hustle as the field makes their way along the far turn through 3 quarters in 113 and 4. They're off the turn and into the stretch. And Joel Cruz. And In a Minute trying to take them essentially gate to wire. Game Misconduct has not gone away. Croag Patrick in the pink along the rail. Hinani keeps coming. Deep stretch now. In a Minute's almost home. Game Misconduct's there. So too Croag Patrick, Hinani, and all the rest. A stylish gate to wire win for In a Minute. He takes the finale by 3.5. It's another photo for second. Either Croag Patrick inside 78 even. 50-cent pick 5. $2,868 even. That wraps up the live racing portion of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a Tuesday here in Farmington. A little bit more rain leaves the track sloppy today. 9-race card goes to post at 1 o'clock. If you need PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there courtesy of Equibase. Temperature in the upper 40s. Sun finally trying to fight through some clouds. More clouds than sun right now. What figures to be a nice day here at Finger Lakes. Here are the changes for today's races. The early pick 4 and early double start in race number 1. And there are no changes in the opener. Race 2 kicks off the first pick 3 of the day. Scratch the 4 Reunion Tour. Race 2, scratch the 4 Reunion Tour. Race 3 starts the $1 pick 6, no carryover in the pick 6 today. No changes in the third. Race 4. Another pick 3 starts on the 4th. Scratch the 2, Dharma. Race 4, scratch the 2, Dharma. Race 5 starts today's 50-cent pick 5. No changes in the 5th. Race 6 starts today's late pick 4. Scratch the 3, Holloway. And scratch the 10, Fluorescent Bay. Race 6, scratch the 3, Holloway. The 10, Fluorescent Bay. Rider change for the 6, Dr. Darby to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 6. Rider change for the 8, Alpha Sunny to Stephen Fret. Fret rides the 8. And please note an additional work for the number 7, Vigano. On October 11th, over the Oklahoma-Saratoga training track, he went 4 furlongs over a fast track and 51 and 4 breezing. That additional work for the 7, Vigano, in race 6. Race 7 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch the 7, My Kind of Mischief. Race 7, scratch the 7, My Kind of Mischief. Additional work for the 2, World Bank, on October 11th here at Finger Lakes over a fast track. He breezed 39 and 1. That additional work for the 2. Also an additional work for the 3, Diva d'Oro, on October 10th here at Finger Lakes. 3 furlongs over a fast track and 39 and 1 breezing. That additional work for the 3 in race 7. Race 8 kicks off the late double. Scratch the 2, Tequila, and the 6, Morning Boss. Race 8, scratch the 2, Tequila, and the 6, Morning Boss. And in the finale, race number 9, you can scratch the 8, She Speaks Well. Race 9, scratch the 8, She Speaks Well. Additional work for the 1, Bet the Palace, on October 10th. Here at Finger Lakes, 4 furlongs over a fast track and 50 flat breezing. That additional work for the 1 in race number 9. Once again, sloppy track. Free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Mostly cloudy here right now, high in the upper 40s. 9 race program goes to post at 1 p.m. Don't forget tomorrow, first post 1:15. And going forward on Mondays and Tuesdays, simulcasting will conclude at 5:30. Going forward until further notice, simulcasting on Mondays and Tuesdays will conclude at 5:30 p.m. Coming up next is the Tuesday edition of Takes from the Lakes.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I guess I'll introduce myself. I'm Dave Batice. I'm not the track handicapper, but I am the TV analysis guy here. Yeah, we got 9 races on today's card. Remember, tomorrow 1:15. We got 1 o'clock the last couple days. 1:15 tomorrow. Next live race day after that won't be till Monday, but that's a big day. I guess you could consider it our claiming day. I don't know, the Breeders' Cup of Finger Lakes, the Thoroughbred Championships. You know, the Breeders' Cup's right around the corner, November 1st and 2nd. Of course, so we'll have all that action right here at Finger Lakes. But we got all our claiming series. You know, you get these horses that are lower price horses battling it out. We get the boys and the girls in the Sprint Series, and then the boys and the girls in the Route Series. I mean, they're going to be going a marathon for the final legs of those Route Series. What is it, the Unhinged Iron and the... was the other one? North Warning. I think North Warning had all the track records for the routes, but those should be a lot of fun. And they give $25,000 are the purses for 3 of them, and the other horse or the other race is a $30,000 purse for that one as well. So 4 of those claiming series conclude on Monday, but that's not just it. I mean, the Futurity, slightly the richest race of the season, I believe. I think it was a little bit more than the New York Derby. We got about $165,000 for the Futurity, and we got some big names coming in for that. Of course, Mike Maker coming in. We got a couple of horses coming out of a graded stake on the turf in that one. It'll be interesting to see how they do. Of course, going back against New York breds, because it's a restricted New York bred 2-year-old race. But a very quality field. You got 3 stakes total, along with the 4 claiming series conclusions. You got the route races, the Jack Better Be Right for the girls, and the Genesee Valley Breeder Stakes for the boys. A lot going on Monday. And if that's not it, you can enjoy all the action with $2 hot dogs. $2 hot dog. I mean, go to the store. I mean, go some of these places. Go to the ballpark or anywhere. You're not going to find $2 hot dogs. You're paying like $5 or $6 for a hot dog. So good value. Go to our stand. I'll be up in the wire for those $2 hot dog deals. I guess that'll be my lunch on Monday. All right, first race today. We got 9 of them as mentioned. Early pick 4 in the first, late pick 4 in the 6th. Pick 5, of course, starts in race number 5. It's a 5,000 claimer, non-winners of 2 races since the date, or never won 4 races. Interesting race, because it goes a little bit further. I'm going to take Princess Sonia on top. I'd like this horse a lot more if it was 5.5 furlongs. So a little concern about the 3/4, mainly because she hasn't done well going 6 furlongs in the past. It could be other variables about as far as where her form cycle was when she was going 3/4 in the past. Now she's in for the 4 lifetime part of this condition, but both her and Ouch That Hurt met up going 5.5. And Princess Sonia clearly outran Ouch That Hurt that day. Now, we got a sloppy racetrack today, so wouldn't be a big surprise if Ouch That Hurt turned the tables, because Ouch That Hurt's got a great record on the off track. I mean, she's got 4 wins on the off track. And she's better at the distance. She's got 7 wins in 14 starts going 6 furlongs. So that might be the equalizer between these two. I mean, he got some speed from the inside from Super Slide. Remember, Ouch That Hurt kind of went out there with thin legs for a little while. Thin legs kind of put her away, and then it was Princess Sonia, more of a stalking trip, then going after thin legs. The thin legs was just too good that day, but Princess Sonia clearly ran better than Ouch That Hurt that day. But again, it could be different today because it's 6 furlongs and because of the off track. Maybe Ouch That Hurt could turn the tables. But watching that replay and seeing how well Princess Sonia ran compared to Ouch That Hurt, I'm going to lean towards Princess Sonia. Maybe she could keep that going 6 furlongs instead of 5.5. So those are the main two in here. I think for third is between Maravigloso, reiterate, maybe even Strange Fruit dropping back to 5,000. But I'm going to lean towards Maravigloso getting Ray Lou Gutierrez. This one was this Little Oscar's horse, wasn't it? Turns back in distance, ran in a route for the one state bred and ran into Sweet Anniversary. Obviously, no chance in there against Sweet Anniversary. Her previous starts, she was semi-competitive, and she did run the 1/3 going the sprint. So I think that's good enough to put her in the mix here, especially if you get a little battle on the front end. I mean, Super Slide does have some speed from the inside. Ouch That Hurt likes to be semi-aggressive, and I think she can play pressers. Princess Sonia can do either, but I think with her post position, she'll be sitting just outside, stalking Super Slide and Ouch That Hurt, and try to make that middle move. So we'll see how that plays out in there. The other part of it, obviously, is the off track. Maraviglosa hasn't been bad on it. Ouch That Hurt's been pretty good at it, but I'm still going to stick with Princess Sonia because off the last race, I think she's the best horse in the race. All right, second race, we scratched the 4, Reunion Tour. It goes a distance of 1 mile and 16th. And I think the key to the race is if 30 Oysters can get a clear lead early, or at least get out there with Nemo's Fortune in a relatively slow pace, because other than Nemo's Fortune, there really isn't any speed in this race. I mean, I like Over the Cap, but I'm going to give 30 Oysters a little bit of a tactical edge because Nemo's Fortune doesn't have to go to the front end, and he's inside of 30 Oysters, who probably should. And if 30 Oysters can break well and clear, he might be tough to catch, and especially with the off track. Go back a few starts for 30 Oysters back in August 7th. Went a distance of 1 mile and 16th on and off track. Same conditions as today, same type of field as today, because Drinkin' Solo was a distant second and dominated that field. I mean, Drinkin' Solo's 7-2. I got him third just because, I mean, he's not within 7-8 lengths on an off track with 30 Oysters. And 30 Oysters pressed that day. So if he can repeat that effort going the mile and 16th, at least he's proven going the mile and 16th, he can win here. Now, Over the Cap's been up against it. That's why I kind of like, I mean, Michael S. Ferraro's got some good ones here, especially early in the card. I think I got him first or second almost every race over the first few races, just because he's got live horses. But he goes back to 1 mile and 16th. And the last time he went 1 mile and 16th, he was forced to be a little more aggressive. I think Ray was on the horse and kind of saw, you got to try to win the race. If your horse is low in speed in there, you got to kind of go after him, even if you got a closer. And he did. And you know, that's why he faded a little bit to be 5th, because he was trying to go after the speed a little bit with a lack of speed. Didn't work, but Uncle Marty was still much the best. But the next start, yeah, got caught wide. I mean, and that was the big thing in that race. Didn't get the trip, trying to close some ground. Actually made up some ground in that race. So it all depends on, again, the key to the race might be what Nemo's Fortune does in here. If he kind of sits a pocket trip behind 30 Oysters, kind of follows the leader, might be to his advantage too if he wants to run second, but I'm not sure if he's going to be aggressive or not. But it would help horses like Over the Cap and Drinkin' Solo if he is. Maybe give Drinkin' Solo a chance to turn the tables on 30 Oysters, who couldn't beat him on an off track before. But Drinkin' Solo isn't bad on the off track, including both his, 2 of his career wins, which is what he has, are both on off tracks. So he obviously doesn't mind the off track. Maybe he doesn't like a fast track. I don't know. But both of his wins are on the off. But again, he did lose to 30 Oysters on the off track. So we'll see if he can turn the tables. He did run better, I thought, last time from a tough outside 10 post, beating a decent field for the level. So, maybe if he's on the improve, he could be one to turn the tables. So I used him third just because of looking back at that August race. Tough to take him on top, unless he is way improved. All right, third race starts the pick six. $1 minimum. I think it was hit yesterday. It was paid pretty good too. I think over $2,000. Only like one really big long shot in the pick six. Somebody had it. What was the horse that won 2 in a row? Carlos Camilo rode him. Fighter Kite. I knew it'd come to me. Got 1,000 horses in my head. Knew that was the one. That was a great ride by Carlos Camilo. I believe was on that horse. Came up the inside again. Two great trips in a row for Fighter Kite. It went off at 20-1, but that one was the one that made that pick six pay. All right, 11-9 claimer that goes 6 furlongs. Looking at this one, and again, I'm looking at from a pace scenario in this race, and I think Grab the Glory. I mean, she's off a layoff since August, so it's a question of, is she good enough? Is she fit enough? You see Michael S. Ferraro, she's probably fit enough. Looks to be the main speed. And I don't love her in here because there are a couple horses that you could play back from the Exoti's race. Spite Stance and Champagne Surprise both had kind of rough trips against the racetrack. There's a strong speed bias, but I think Grab the Glory might be better than Exoti's. I can't even say that name right. Exoti's. I don't remember. I think it was Dinnerman was here. He said it right. I just don't remember what it was. But Grab the Glory. You look back at this horse's race in May when she broke her maiden. She did it on a sloppy racetrack, going 7 furlongs, and she basically went gate to wire. When she got the lead, she was gone. And now you get a race just absolutely lacking in early speed. A lot of these horses that show speed are going routes that I think Grab the Glory could control the pace here and win race number 3. And I wanted to play Spite Stance. I liked Spite Stance last time. And you can make a strong excuse for her. I mean, both Spite Stance, Champagne Surprise, kind of bobbled a little bit at the start, but I thought Spite Stance got the worst of the starts. She broke last from the inside. Then she had to kind of move around, angle out. She did not have a good trip at all. And she still came rolling and almost caught Exoti's at the wire. Well, she didn't. But that was against the racetrack, and it was a strong speed bias that day. So a better break, better trip for Spite Stance. Maybe she catches Grab the Glory late. I would have liked her back, but especially as the favor when somebody else has got a tactical edge on her. I usually don't take favorites when somebody else has got a tactical edge on them. Champagne Surprise, also against that strong speed bias, also trying to go 5.5 furlongs. Today, 6 furlongs is going to help Champagne Surprise because 5.5 was too short, especially when she keeps breaking slow. I mean, she broke better. She actually broke a lot better than Spite Stance did, and she broke a lot better than she did her prior start. So if she breaks sharp today at 6 furlongs, she's going to be rolling late. And she's a really well-bred horse. I mean, how many Arrogates we have in here? I mean, what's going to happen if this one goes long? I mean, is she going to just blow these claimers away? But she's got to get out of the gate, and that's the big thing. But she'll be rolling, especially now getting that extra half furlong. Got to use her. I just don't see a lot of pace in here. I just think Grab the Glory might be able to be lone speed. I'm going to go 7-6-3-2. She's a Bernardini. Does have good off-track numbers. A 421 Tomlinson for the off-track, and that could put her in the mix as well. All right, let's go to the 4th. Scratch the 2 Dharma. This is a 3-year-old and up filly and mare maiden race that goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Tricky race because you got over half the field first-time starters. 4 of the 7 rivals left are first-time starters. And then you also got a new face in the 5, Dark Princess. Gotta like that name. But yeah, I think Dark Princess from a breeding standpoint and even a class standpoint is better than these horses. She just hasn't had much activity lately. I mean, she was only had the one race since May, and that was in July. and she didn't run very well. But you go back to May, and I'm going back to May of 2023, not 2024. She did show some talent. She ran a good third back then. So it's hard to say where this horse is now. She's at age 4. Mentioned she made 3 starts in 2023, 3 starts in 2024. But she has been working well and working steady for her first local start. Keep in mind, this was a $33,000 yearling, but resold that same year for $185,000, and probably was well thought of. I mean, she is a Louisiana bred. You see that dam is a half to a 7-time winner, 7-time stakes winner. I believe it was Test Boy. I think they're making fun of lifters. But I'm going to take a shot on this one on top. It's 6-1. Maybe I'm going the Mike Senior bandwagon today because I got a few of them picked for him. And I just think this horse, class-wise and breeding-wise, is better than these horses. I will use the 7 of the horses that have run. Mia Nipotina comes out of a race won on the front by Red Butterfly. And Red Butterfly had everything her own way. Went 24-48. Now, Red Butterfly was off a layoff, but she enjoyed those fractions. But Red Butterfly made the race look even that much better because she came back to win against a pretty good 2 lifetime allowance field. And that's worth noting. And that's how tough the race was. Mia Nipatona actually ran a winning race, as you would say, or just ran huge that day. Now, the question is, what kind of pace scenario is going to be today? Obviously, she was against the pace, also against a pretty good horse. Now you got Dark Princess, another Michael S. Ferraro horse, kind of like Red Butterfly, that she's got to beat. You also got an interesting first-time starter in the 8 Big Advantage. This is the second foal of that dam, AB Advantage. Remember, the first, you're probably familiar with if you follow Finger Lakes Racing, is Doc Advantage. This is the half to Doc Advantage. And that has been pretty good. It's been a steady allowance horse, whether going short or long. So it'll be interesting to see how Big Advantage does compared to Doc Advantage. Remember, there's only the 2 foals, and this is the second one. I use her fourth because I didn't know what to expect from her. Playing with Dolls, I just couldn't throw out. I mean, Playing with Dolls has pretty good form against special weights. She did have a poor break going 5.5, which is not easy to overcome on September 2nd. And then last time she ran well. She ran second. I don't think that was a very tough field, though. That was the only problem I had with Playing with Dolls. I think she comes out of an easier field, won by Out of the Cloud. You know, it's hard to say. With the first-time starters in here, I wasn't really too impressed with the other first-time starters. But, again, Mia Nipotina, Dark Princess, she's got to be better than those. But you still got to use her in the top 3 off the recent form. Going to go with the 5, 7, 6, and 8. And I could use all 4 of them playing picks. I think I did when I did my early pick 4 ticket. You want to finish up with a few of them. All right, 5th race starts the pick 5. It's an 11-9 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. Yeah, I had to look at this a few times, and because I didn't really like Happy Instead's last race. I mean, it was only a 4-horse field. He's supposed to win. I mean, G Munning didn't have the numbers to beat Happy Instead coming into the race, with Happy Instead dropping in class from an allowance race. But G Munning outdueled Happy Instead. G Munning was the better horse that day, going 5.5. And that's concerning because it was only a 4-horse field. The only thing is he's inside of King Cali, and I think he's faster than King Cali, and that's big. It depends on how much pressure King Cali can. Now, King Cali's coming out of routes, so he may not have the kind of sprint speed he had earlier in the year. So that could leave Happy Instead on the lead, because other than King Cali, there isn't much for early speed in here. Free Folk's got a little speed, but not that much. No other speed to think of. So it's his race to lose on the front end. I'm a little concerned taking the horse if he is 9-5 or lower. because of his last race. Now, it's a different pace flow here. If he wasn't what it looks like the speed of the race, I wouldn't like him at all, just because he didn't run well last time. But his numbers are still better than the rest of these 11 and 9. So maybe G Munning just ran big that day in that 4-horse field. I thought an interesting one is the 4 Last Drink. Last Drink, if you watch the race, I don't know if he was going to win the race. I think they left both horses up because, in the steward's opinion, and they were probably right, that this horse wasn't going to win. But you don't know. I mean, he was pinballed around. I think it was the outside horse that they were probably looking at, broken-hearted. Whether he should have come down or not, I'm not sure. It's like one of those things where G Munning was affected by it because he got bumped around too. So it's just a question of, did Last Drink's race really get affected by that bumping, or would he have just run third? I'm talking from a handicapping perspective, because if you think he's going to win, he probably could win here. Heman Harkey gets off Free Folk to ride Last Drink. He's been going primarily routes. This is a sprint today. His last sprint, again, it wasn't bad. And Broken Hearted and G Munning, mentioned G Munning beat Happy Instead in that 4-horse field. So that's more positive for a horse like Last Drink, who did encounter all that bumping in the late stages of the last race. Now, Connect the Brox has been a pretty good underneath horse in these sprint races. Finally went long, which is his best distance, and just caught a really, really tough field with Venge. I mean, nobody was going to beat Venge that day. And there's no Venges in here. And this is the type of field maybe he can win in the sprint race. He's just one of those horses that sits back, makes a mild run, and hits the board. One of these days he's going to get a field to back up, but there's just not a lot of pace in here. So I used him third. And use Free Folk. I mean, Free Folk, I think Harkey wanted to go to his Last Drink, but Free Folk does drop from an allowance race to the 11 to 9. And this horse has never seen a tag. So you got to worry, is he going the wrong way? His last race wasn't as good. His last couple races haven't been good against allowance horses. So he gets some class relief, dropping 11-9. But his races earlier in the year would win this. So it's interesting to see which Free Folk is going to show up today for the 5th. I think this sweater is like 3 or 4 sizes too big. I don't remember where I got it. But I got the old Finger Lakes Gaming logo on it. I guess those safest as it gets a little colder in the winter. You could put a bunch of shirts underneath it. But we are expecting probably in the 40s again today. Just hoping the rain holds off. It seems a lot warmer out there with the rain holding off. I know we got steady rain all day yesterday. That's why we still got a sloppy racetrack. All right, 6th race, we scratched the 3, Halloway, scratched the 10, Fluorescent Bay. Yeah, there's some question marks in here. You got a couple horses coming in here off layoffs. You got Nick Zito's got a horse in here. You got Philip Antonucci. Oh, I'm Italian. I should be able to say that right. He's got a horse in here, and that's the one I like too. I mean, Ray Lou picks up the mount on Still a Soldier, and this horse has not run well in 2 starts, but has run against so much tougher. Keep in mind, his first start was going a route, and that's always tough to do at any level. Trying to go 1 mile and 16th in your first career start was 30-1 that day against some tough customers at Gulfstream. Then tried New York, and got beat pretty badly, but the winner came back to win. That was a pretty good one that beat him. Even though losing by 15 lengths, he earned a 73 buyer. That's good enough to beat this field, as bad as it sounds. That's how good the field he was up against at the Belmont at Aqueduct. You look at this. You look at the breeding on this one. Street Sense, out of a dam by Tappet. Yeah, this one should beat this field. That's 150,000 as a yearling. Class-wise, obviously there's some question marks as the horse has been off since May. Gonna take him on top. Watching Destined for Glory. I liked his last race. That was the first time stretching out. I was kind of questioning this horse at the distance, but these Destins, we're seeing a lot of them this year, and I've seen them stretch out, and they're running pretty decently. They're giving them low numbers still for distance. When you look at the breeding, you look at the numbers for Destins, they're still giving them low numbers and saying that they're sprinters. And most of them are good sprinters. I mean, you look at Jack and Bernie. But the last race stretching out, yeah, he had to move too soon. I don't think it was a matter of not getting the distance. I know he opened up a lead in the stretch, but that's because he was forced to move too soon because he was inside horses and the other ones were starting to move outside of him. So Luis Rivera was a pretty good rider from New York, was forced to move instead of getting caught behind horses and ended up having to open up too early and faded to be fourth. But again, that was the first experience going long for Destined for Glory. So you got to think maybe he could learn something from it. Maybe he gets something out of the experience as far as fitness as well. I'm going to use Destined for Glory for second. Vigano, I'll throw in for third. This one coming off, same thing. I mean, at Oakland, this horse earned a 71 buyer and lost by 11 lengths to, in a key race that both the top two finishers came back to win. But I mean, what do you gauge from that? I mean, it was a long time ago, back in March. I was a different person back in March. I mean, we hadn't even started racing. I'd probably grown a full beard and was lifting weights every single day. Lots changed since then. Now we're into October. It's getting colder. We're getting close to winter again. But we'll see if Vigano can remember those races that he had there and does well over the track. And I think that's one of the advantages. He's still a soldier. I mean, it's a couple months. I mean, still a soldier off since May, this one off since March. It's only a couple months. But obviously, if either one of them run their race, they're going to be awfully tough in here. And then, you know, Jake's Orchard comes off of 3 second-place finishes, and I got the horse fourth. Niz is going to say I'm disrespecting him, but this field is tougher than the last couple fields he was up against. Now, he ran second behind Puff's Magic Dragon, and it was a close photo between the three of them. Really close, and that was his best race. But he came back and ran well. I mean, it's not like they went ridiculous fast, but he got pressed the whole way last time and still held on to be second. And more set it up for Prophetic anyway. I just think because of these new faces and because I think Destined for Glory is going to improve, I think it's a little tougher field, but you can't leave Jake's Orchard out of the mix off the recent form. Solid seconds the last 3 starts. Well, got to use them. 5174. All right, 7th race, scratch the 7. My Kind of Mischief. I just hope Mike Sr. has at least 2 or 3 wins today because I got him picked a lot today. I mean, well, this one I'm not going out on a limb, but, you know, Refuse to Lose is running against open maiden special weight fillies in New York. I mean, this one's supposed to win. She's 5-2, and depends on how much money PA Advantage takes. She's going to be a short price, and she's supposed to win. I mean, here's a horse that just ran, and it's not even a long layoff. I mean, the horse has been not even a layoff. Just ran in September. Kind of a slow start, a chase and fade. I mean, she was last in that field of 5 last time, and she only I think beat 1 horse in the race before. So it's hard to gauge how good she is. I mean, she's beaten 1 horse in the last 3 starts. So as I go back, I'm not making her sound any better. But those are open maidens, and now she's facing our maiden special weights here, technically open maidens, but they're mostly New York breds, and this is a Kentucky bred by Union Rags. This is like a big drop in class, which should put her in the winner's circle. But again, it's not like she's real competitive in those maiden races lately. A couple of them routes, and you're going to lose by more lengths if you're not as competitive in routes than you are in sprints, because the longer the distance, the more you're fading. Simple logic sometimes in horse racing. All right, PA Advantage goes first time Lasix, adds blinkers, pulling out all the stops on PA Advantage, who did have a rough trip in her debut, hop start and everything, but that was probably an easier field. I'm not so sure Out of the Cloud would beat this field. But she could improve with the changes and making her second start, because she was probably best in that race. She was best in the race. It was probably an easier race. So if Refuse to Lose doesn't have it, this is probably the one. Although the first-time starter is interesting for John Buckley. I didn't like anybody else in the race. So it's hard not to like Hypnotic Flare a little bit. I mean, this one's by Good Magic. The Dam was stakes place in her career. Cost $40,000 as a yearling, resold for $75,000. The Dam's a half to a 3-time stakes winner. So the breeding is there for Hypnotic Flare. That kind of rhymes, but make sure you watch the board on this one. I know you can in the pick fours and pick fives. I would just throw them in there at 8-1 in case this one is a runner, because other than PA Advantage and Refuse to Lose, is kind of a suspect field as far as how good they are. And there's some question marks for the other two as well. So Hypnotic Flare, throwing for third. And of the rest of them, I'm going to take Mary Union Ave on the cutback in distance to 3/4. Her route races aren't that bad since arriving here. And she was facing tougher in New York before coming to Finger Lakes. 8651. All right, 8th race. A couple key scratches because they're both players in here. The 2 Tequila. Maybe looked at the 8 to. There's no way the horse was going to be 8-1. And scratched the 6. Morning Boss. This is a competitive race. You got some horses that, a couple new faces. You got Fast Fran, who was one of the top claiming mares. I don't know, what was the starter allowance mare? She won an award last year because she was a 5-time winner in 2023. I mean, she just kept on winning every time she got the lead. I think the waters are deep here, though, for an 11-9 claimer for Fast Fran. If she could get a lead and get a clear lead, she's going to win, and that's what happened last time. Was that not, if you played Fast Fran last time, was that not the overlay of the year? This horse going off at 3-1, who looked like lone speed and looked like was going to win easy. It was probably a lot of people single. I don't know. I think there was some late money in one of the other horses that caused Fast Fran to be such a big price in there. You don't usually see that. But I think she's in tough today. I mean, you got a couple new faces in Violent Vixen and Chem Major for Ilmar Loaiza. Now, it was avoided claim last time for Violent Vixen. She's been popular at the claims box. This is still some serious class relief. But the big thing for me that maybe lean towards her, the work over the track. Since that voided claim, she comes in here and has a pretty decent work, a bullet work, and she's in a conditional 11-9 after running against those open claimers. That's night and day. This is a lot easier than what she was up against in New York. The other part of it, she should like an off track. She's 2 for 3 overall in off tracks. I got her 1 for 1 if the track's muddy or sloppy. Remember, there's different gauges of off tracks depending on which service you use for your information. But the other thing, though, the Dam was more of a router. I'm surprised that this horse doesn't go long, other than the 1 start. She only had 1 route attempt, and she got 3rd. So this horse wants to go long according to her breeding, but she's also better than these horses. Chem Major, same thing. She comes off a 2nd place finish at Tampa against the 8,000s there, but it was way back in April. Questions the distance, although 2 of the 5 wins for her are in sprints. Let's say I have to, a stakes winning sprinter. So why not Chem Major? She's 6-1 morning line. I'll throw in the 9 Fast Fran. She's obviously dangerous. What a season she had last year. And Sweet Shallots will throw in for 4th, but definitely not out of it either. Good 8th race. Very competitive 8th race. Last race, we scratched the 8. She Speaks Well. Went with a little bit of an upset in here. Maybe a little bit of a playback, a deja vu playback, we'll call it. Usually like to do that. Kind of had that. Was it the other day with the Jeremiah Engelhardt horse and the former Mike Ferraro horse? They ran 1-2 earlier. They ran 1-2 again. 5 Aces is the speed of the speed. U-Butte could follow the leader. If you go back to when they faced as maidens back in July, that's exactly what happened. 5 Aces outbroke U-Butte, who chased her home. And I think 5 Aces is faster than U-Butte. It's an interesting move for U-Butte, who just broke his maiden for a maiden special weight, and now is in a 2 lifetime condition 5,000, running against 5 Aces again. But you look at the numbers and the time, and maybe that's why. I mean, this horse, even though he broke his maiden, maybe caught a weak maiden special weight field, and Anthony Ferraro realized that, so puts him in the proper spot. He plays, though, obviously. Classical is the class of the race. He cuts back in distance. A horse by Uncle Mo. Can't throw him out. And then I'll throw in the 3 with no name for 4th. Harkey opts to go to classical for Adil Khan. Adil just had his first win last week, but classical does have better company lines than the rest of this field, so has to be played as well. So I won the 6-2-4-3 in the final race. Good luck today. 9 of them. I'll give you both my pick 4 tickets for this 9-race card. We're going to continue with live racing tomorrow. Remember, 1:15 post for tomorrow's card. See you then.
The field for the Tuesday opener is out on the track. The 1 is Super Slide with Rafael Rojina Jr. The 2 is Ouch, That Hurt with Jeremiah Flores. The 3 is Trivia with Joel Cruz. The 4 is Princess Sonia. Luis Perez rides. The 5 is Maravilloso with Relu Gutierrez. The 6 is Reiterate with John Berrios. And the 7 is Strange Fruit with Heeman Harkey. Welcome to Tuesday here at Finger Lakes, Big A. That's me. You are out there. I'm going to keep it brief. No reason to talk so long about these races, so I'll just do it when they hit the track today, so there's no confusion out there. Ouch, That Hurt. Half of the career wins for this 8-year-old mare have come on wet tracks with 3 more board placings. That's from 8 tries. Last time out, kind of just got going a little too late for the game. She usually has a little bit more speed. She hasn't had that in her last 2. That worries me a little bit, but I'm hoping the return to a real wet track is going to help her cause. We'll put her on top. The number 4, Princess Sonia, finished just ahead of Ouch, That Hurt. She has 3 career victories, all on fast tracks, none on wet. She ran okay last time. She'll likely be part of the first mix on the front end. You see her getting a good warm-up there from Luis Perez, who's been her regular rider since arriving here from the Aqueduct circuit for Ferraro Sr. And then finally, if you're looking for a little bit of a price, the 6, Reiterate. Boy, the old girl, 7 years old. She got claimed at the back at Parks and then shipped up here for Tim Murphy. She was a little overhead first time out. Second time, she showed speed. I don't think she really wants to be on the lead anymore. Last time out, she came from well off the pace and got the job done at a little bit of a price. Tasty Wave came back to win, so we'll see if Reiterate at a price. She's had some success on wet tracks as well. Can get a part of the pie here. 246. If you need PPs to play along, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there each and every racing day. Pick 4's races 1 and 6. Pick 5 in the 5th. And, of course, the dollar pick 6 in race 3. Best of luck on this Tuesday at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Post times in a minute. 1 minute to get those early pick 4 tickets in. field for race 1 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off the early pick 4 9-race program today. Don't forget tomorrow, 8 races, first post 1:15 on Wednesdays as Super Slide goes in first. Here's your current 8-5 favorite. Ouch, that hurt. Trivia. Biggest price on the board goes in next, followed by second choice Princess Sonia. Here's Maravilloso. Don't forget, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com to play along each and every racing day of the 2024 year here at Finger Lakes. Courtesy of Equibase, as Reiterate goes in. The last to load on the outside is Strange Fruit. First of 9. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Tuesday opener. There goes Trivia for the lead. The gray, ouch, that hurt. To her inside, now assumes command. Rushing up is Princess Sonia. Along the rail, Super Slide. Then Maravilloso's in the mix. The two trailers are Reiterating Strange Fruit, but they're just 4 or 5 lengths from a contested early pace that now goes to Princess Sonia. Princess Sonia has a 2-length lead. Ouch, that hurt, trying to keep pace through a 22-2. Pretty sharp opening quarter there. Ouch, that hurt, surrounded by Reiterate to the outside, who's moved up, and Super Slide, who's under a drive at the rail. Then we come back to Maravilloso, Trivia, and Strange Fruit at the back. Princess Sonia's built a 3.5-length lead as she makes her way to the quarter pole. It's all Princess Sonia. Reiterate in a drive. Ouch, that hurt, trying to re-rally through a half and 45-4. They come off the turn and into the stretch, and Princess Sonia's trying to finish the job here. She has Ouch, that hurt to her outside. The gray's bearing right down at her. Jeremiah Flores goes to work on Ouch, that hurt. Princess Sonia pleading for less than 1/8 of a mile. Here's Ouch, that hurt. 16th pole. Ouch, that hurt grabbed the lead. Reiterate down the center. Ouch, that hurt. Got the lead away from Princess Sonia. Then Reiterate coming to the line. Ouch, that hurt. 3/4 of a length. Then it was Princess Sonia. Reiterate. Trivia was along for 4th and 113 and 3. Number 2, ouch, that hurt, was first. 4, Princess Sonia second. It's a photo for third. Number 6, Trivia. Number 6, Reiterate, was third. 3, Trivia, fourth. Flip-flop that for a minute. 2, 4, 6, 3 here on official in race number 1. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2. Ouch, that hurt. 8-year-old mare is a daughter of Honorable Dylan out of the Roaring Fever Mare Devilish Spirit. A New York bred. Ouch, that hurt is owned and trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremiah Flores, and it's official. $2 exact to 2-4, $15.80. 50-cent try, 2-4-6, $17.12. And the 10-cent super, 2-4-6-3. $11 even. Race 2 comes up next. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in the second. You can scratch the number 4 reunion tour. Race 2, scratch the 4. Post time for the second is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, make your plans to be here on Monday, October 21st, for our biggest race card of the year. The highlight event is the $200,000 New York Breeders' Futurity. Other stakes include the $50,000 Jack Better Be Right and the $50,000 Genesee Valley Breeders' Stakes. In addition, there'll be 4 claiming series: the $30,000 North Warning, $25,000 Unhinged Ironman, the Mount Rushmore, and the Wise Awake claiming series. First post, as it is each and every Monday and Tuesday in October, is at 1 p.m. We go at 1:15 on Wednesdays. In conjunction with our great card, DRF will be offering complimentary past performances for Finger Lakes on Monday. All you have to do is be a DRF.com member, and you can download your Finger Lakes PPs for free. Last but not least, down at the wire, we'll have those $2 Wagles and $1.50 fountain sodas all day long. 4 claiming series finals, 3 stakes, $2 Wagles, and $1.50 sodas all afternoon long. It's this upcoming Monday, October 21st. It's our biggest racing card of the season, right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. You don't want to miss it.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 2, and the first race came down to the two favorites. It's a question of the 6 furlongs for Princess Sonia on the off track, and you could see her getting a little bit short as he got into the 6 furlongs mark. And Jeremiah Flores kept on. Ouch, that hurt. Who maybe not as good as Princess Sonia, but she was better than her going 6 furlongs on and off track. So Flores gets a victory for Paul Barrow to start off this 9-race card as the two favorites run 1-2. So we're going to go 1 mile and a 16th in a never won 3 5,000 condition for race number 2. We scratch the 4 Reunion Tour. Start off with the outside speed of the race. That's the 6 30 Oysters, who did have an off-track victory against a similar 2 Lifetime field back on August 7th, where she won by over 8 lengths, but she was able to open up his lead and draw away from that field. I mean, Drink It Solo, who's in this race, was in that race. And that's been against the 3 Lifetimes. A little tougher fields. Last time at the 11-9 level, ran into Mad Magic, who would beat this field pretty handily. So goes back to the 5,000 level and looks to be the speed of the race. I mean, the other speed is Nemo's Fortune, who may not be as fast as 30 Oysters. If 30 Oysters outbreaks that one, Nemo's Fortune may sit off, and let's see if 30 Oysters race to lose on the front end. So he should have a tactical edge in this race. Plus, he's got a victory going 1 mile and a 16th on and off track. Over the cap, been up against it as far as with his running style. He was forced to move a little bit too soon. Back on September 17th, his Uncle Marty kind of got away from that field. There just wasn't any speed in the race. He went back to his regular running style last time, but just didn't really get the pace he needed that day either, and tried to close on the outside and got caught wide in that race. So maybe gets a better trip today and should be a threat in this race. He's a little bit of a price at odds of 5-1. I mentioned the 2 Drinking Solo, who got beat pretty handily by 30 Oysters in that race, but may have improved since then. His last race on and off track was pretty good. It was a day, I think Eddie Davis won 2 races on that card, and he won from an outside 10 post, which isn't always easy to do. So he looks to turn the tables on 30 Oysters, maybe being a little bit wetter. Could be equalizers, but he's got to make up 8 lengths. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. We scratch Reunion Tour, the 4-horse.
Here's the field for race 2. The 1s take the edge with Stephen Fret. The 2 is Drinking Solo. Cabracoa rides. Here's the 3, Nemo's Fortune with Jose Baez. Scratch the 4, Reunion Tour. The 5's Over the Cap with Luis Perez. And the 6 is 30 Oysters with Carlos Camilo. All right. Not so humble brag. Start the day with a cold try. See if we can keep it going here. You know, I thought this was an interesting. I was curious as to how you guys were going to bet this race. And I'm a little surprised 30 Oysters is as overwhelming a favorite. We talk about this all the time. These bottom level claimers, especially with the dates. Now this isn't dated. This is just straight up 3 life. I don't know. They're not the most trustworthy types, and I know he's shown plenty of speed in his career, but I'm not sold as the chalk. I'm really not. The one I was fading in here was the 2, Drinking Solo. Off the win. It's very hard for him to come back like that and win. I went to the 3, Nemo's Fortune. I can't believe the price on Nemo's Fortune. His wet track race last year was at the end of the season, and it was against allowance competition. The wet track race this year was against sprinters. He was getting into condition. I think he sits the right trip just off the pace. And the good thing is here is Jose Baez could take the lead if 30 Oysters doesn't go. So he has enough tactical speed to go. That's why I picked him, and I didn't. Well, there you go, 4-1. I put 30 Oysters second. He's supposed to be in front, but he hasn't been, and quite frankly, he's been stopping. He's been running against better, but he's been stopping. So we'll see if he can get to the top, and I think that would be his best chance to win. But I don't think Nemo's Fortune is going to let him get too far ahead, if ahead at all. And then finally the 5, Over the Cap. Just 3 starts on the season. He has never raced on a wet track. He's probably overanalyzed out of a Bernardini mare. Should handle it. And if the pace comes back, he should be the one closing. 3-6-5 for me here in race number 2. Best of luck. It kicks off at pick 3. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. field for race 2 is at the gate, and it's post time. Set to wrap the early double, start the first pick 3 of the day. Take the Edge goes forward. Here's Drinking Solo. Nemo's Fortune goes in. Here's Over the Cap. Favorite 30 Oysters, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, 30 Oysters at the rail. That's Take the Edge. Splitting rivals is Drinking Solo and Nemo's Fortune. It allows Over the Cap to trail already 7 from the front. 30 Oysters wins the race into the first turn and has a length and a half lead, now 2. Take the Edge along the inside, then Drinking Solo, Nemo's Fortune 3 wide into that turn as Over the Cap watches it all. 8 lengths from the top. 30 Oysters, opening quarter, sensible, 25 and 1/5 second. He's got a 2.5 length lead over Take the Edge. Nemo's Fortune just to that. Horses outside. Moving up 3 deep is Drinking Solo, who moved to the outside here with Cabracoa. And Over the Cap is still content to trail. 30 Oysters, easy as can be on the front end of 49 and 4/2 as they head to the turn. Take the Edge, moving up along the rail in second. Drinking Solo just went ahead of Nemo's Fortune, who's trying to battle on from between. And now Over the Cap starts to rouse from the back, but he has a lot of work to do. 10 from the leader. It's been 30 Oysters since Jump Street. 30 Oysters by 5. Then Take the Edge and Drinking Solo. Over the Cap, Nemo's Fortunes called it a day. 3/4 went in 1:14 and 3. The field went past the quarter pole. 30 Oysters, strides starting to shorten a bit. Can Take the Edge or Drinking Solo or Over the Cap, who was so far behind, reel him in the last 1/8 of a mile. 30 Oysters, Carlos Camillo goes to work. He responds. The lead's back up to 5. Take the Edge trying to hold second. Over and on coming Over the Cap. But as they come down to the line about 60 yards from home, 30 Oysters took them flag fall to that's all. The place battle was won by Over the Cap. Overtake the Edge. Drinking Solo rounded out the Super in 1:48 and 2. Six, 30 Oysters was first. It's a photo for second. Five, Over the Cap second. 1, Take the Edge third. 2, Drinking Solo fourth. 6-5-1-2 here in race 2 unofficial. Turning to the winner's circles, the number 6, 30 Oysters. 4-year-old Gelding's the son of Central Banker out of the Bernardini mare. Ganon Q. New York bred, 30 Oysters is owned by Elizabeth D. Acree, trained by Jose Armando Rojina, winning rider Carlos Camilo, the fastest rider in our jocks room. Draw double 2-6, 1440. Draw exacta 6-5, 1460. 50-cent try, 651. A nickel shy of $7. And the 10-cent super, 6512, $2.50. Race 3 comes up next. It starts today's pick 6. No carryover in the pick 6. Here are the changes for the remaining races. No changes here in race 3. If you turn to race number 4, you can scratch the 2 Dharma. Race 2, scratch the 4. No changes in race 5. Race 6, scratch the 3 Holloway and 10 Florissant Bay. Race 6, scratch the 3 and 10. Rider change for the 6, Dr. Darby to Jackie Davis. And a rider change for the 8 Alpha Sunny to Stephen Frett. Race 7, scratch the 7, My Kind of Mischief. Race 7, scratch the 7. Race 8, scratch the 2 Tequila and the 6 Morning Boss. Race 8, scratch the 2 and 6. And in race 9, scratch the 8, She Speaks Well. Post time for the third, the start of the pick 6 is in just over 19 minutes.
All right, they're about to go on the track for race number 3. This race starts to pick 6. It was hit yesterday. He paid over $2,000. As he did have that one long shot, Fighter Kite, that kind of lit things up a little bit. And congratulations if you had it yesterday. Looking back at race number 2, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, that's probably a lot of people's singles. 30 Oysters was the main speed. Nemo's Fortune was unable to even come close to that one to press him early, so he was able to control the pace in 25 and change. And it was over. The drop in class and being lone speed. Camilo gets another win for Jose Armando Rojino. Actually had a win yesterday, too. So 30 Oyster wins race number 2. We go to the third, 11-9 claimer. And, look at the board. The 7, Grab the Glory, is a fair. Looks to be the speed of the race. This one, again, this one's a sprint at 6 furlongs, but doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here. That Grab the Glory, who won Broker Maiden on a sloppy racetrack going 7 furlongs, did it on the front end. And you look inside of her, not a lot for early speed that she might be able to get out there and just go gate to wire in race number 3. It's just she's good enough. I mean, she's been off since August, since a 4th place finish at Saratoga. Spite Stance, I would have liked in here. She was against the racetrack. Both her and Champagne Surprise come out of a race won by Exotis, who went gate to wire on a track that was clearly a strong speed bias. And Spite Stance didn't break all that well. Actually got the worst of it compared to Champagne Surprise as far as the break. So she ran very well against the racetrack. She's going to have to try to chase down Grab the Glory. So 4 minutes to post for race number 3. We're going to start the $1 pick 6 with this race.
The field for race 3, the start of the $1 pick 6, is on the track. The 1 is Rosebud Ride with Dalton Brown. The 2 is Sheeta Bernardini with Relu Gutierrez. The 3 is Champagne Surprise with Nazario Alvarado. The 4 is Nurse Bunny. Jeremiah Flores and Paul Barrow look for their second wins on the card. The 5 is Till There Was You. Jackie Davis rides. The 6 is Spite's Dance with Luis Perez. And the 7's Grab the Glory with Cabracoa. All right, I landed on the favorite here, Grab the Glory. First time here at Finger Lakes. First time for Ferraro Sr. This horse comes from Saratoga and Aqueduct via Linda Rice's barn. And last time for the 16 showed some speed at Saratoga. Tired right away. They went really quick that day. And this horse has a lot of speed. And quite frankly, just the class and the circuit relief alone should be enough. When you combine that with the speed in here, there's no speed in here. There's no sprint speed in here anyway. Rosebud Ride has some speed, but that's distance speed. I think Grab the Glory just goes right to the top here. Nurse Bunny for second for Paul Barrow and Jeremiah Flores. Got the job done 4-11. Her 3 races For the $11,000 maiden races were her best three races. She was beaten by Champagne Surprise, two back, who's back in here. Yeah, she found where she belongs. She was she got the job done last time. They went quick opening quarter, but then slowed it down considerably. She ran well as the favorite. She was kind of supposed to win. She did. She's a good price at 8-1 here. I know it's hard to go from the maidens to the winners, but the fact that Paul didn't drop her is probably a good sign. And then finally the 6, Spites Dance. You would think with that pedigree she'd love a wet track, but in fact she's been up against it. She ran well last time as the favorite when Exodes popped at a big price on the lead. She's kind of constantly went down the class ladder. Maybe she's just rounding into form here. I wouldn't want her at that price, but maybe she can get into the exotics. I think it's going to be tough to be Grab the Glory here. Try and get Nurse Bunny in the try or the exacta. 7-4-6 here in race 3. He kicks off the pick 6. Best of luck if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Last chance to play the pick 6. The field for race 3. The start of today's $1 pick 6 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Rosebud Rides already in the gate. Here's She's a Bernardini. Champagne Surprise goes in next. Nurse Bunny goes forward. Here's Till There Was You. Spites Dance. Don't forget PP's over at FingerLakesGaming.com as the favorite. Grab the Glory is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between, Nurse Bunny goes to the lead. Far outside, Grab the Glory. And at the rail, it's Rosebud Ride. Then we come back to Spites Dance, who has Till There Was You just to her inside. Along the rail, she's a Bernardini 5 from the front, and the trailer is Champagne Surprise, who's already all the way out in the middle of the track. Before the opening quarter, Grab the Glory grabs the lead. 22 and 4, quick one. Nurse Bunny a length and a half back in second as Rosebud Rides under a drive, just moved into second. A 3-deep Spites Dance trying to move up from fourth. She's a Bernardini backpedals as Champagne Surprise begins to rally down the center. The trailers Till There Was You. They're approaching the quarter pole. Grab the Glory, bracing for Nurse Bunny at a big price. Nurse Bunny and Grab the Glory, 47 and 1. Rosebud Ride looking to really upset the apple cart as the field turns for home. Off the turn and into the stretch. Down the center, here comes Champagne Surprise. She's been mustering a rally and sustaining it, and she just took the lead away from Nurse Bunny. They're coming to the 16th pole, and drawing away here is Champagne Surprise. Late rally from Spites Dance, but it's too late, not enough. Champagne Surprise by 2.5. Then it was Spites Dance and Nurse Bunny in 113 and 4. Number 3, Champagne Surprise, was first. 6, Spites Dance second. 4, Nurse Bunny third. It's a photo for fourth. Two, She's a Bernardini, was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles is number 3, Champagne Surprise. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Arrogate out of the Street Sense Mare Unbridled Surprise. Champagne Surprise is owned by Scott Durgan, trained by Luis Gutierrez. Nazario Alvarado, your winning rider, and it's official. $2 double 6, 330, 40. $2 exact to 36, 65 even. 50-cent try, 364, 91, 37. 10-cent super, 3642, $30.45. Race 4 comes up next. Starts another pick 3. Scratch the 2, Dharma. Race 4, scratch the 2. Post times in a little over 25 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 4. Actually, that horse was a big price, considering that she got the extra half furlong and just needed to break well and get the pace to back up to her, and she was able to do so. Champagne Surprise by Arrogate gets the win in that race. 7-1 for Lugu and Scott Durgan. Naz Alvarado guiding that one to actually an easy victory. Fourth race, an interesting maiden event for fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. Can start a pick 3 in a daily double with this race. Scratch the 2, Dharma. I said it's a tricky race. I didn't think this horse would be 6-5. 6-1 morning line is the 5. Dark Princess taking some early money, but she's a tricky read. Her numbers aren't really anything spectacular, but she has faced tougher, and she's definitely classier than these. It cost $33,000 as a yearling, but resold for $185,000 that same year, from January to September anyway, in the Keeneland sales. And this one now at age 4, it's been lightly raced. She only had 3 starts in 2023, then 3 starts this year, and now off of a break since July. The dam's a half to a 7-time winner, Test Boy, and I can see some improvement. At least she's been working over the racetrack for a pretty good barn. She's getting some play at odds of 6-5. The 7 is Mia Nipotina. Well, she ran into a horse that just took advantage of a pace. Now, Red Butterfly was off of a layoff, but she completely controlled the pace at 24 and 48 and just gone. But Red Butterfly turned out to be much the best anyway, because that horse came back to be a pretty good field of allowance rivals. So even making Mia Nipotina's race look that much better. It's been a horse that's been knocking at the door with 3 straight in the money finishes. She's certainly a threat in here, and she's at odds of 9-2. The 6 horse playing with Dolls. Now this one finished behind Miss Nipotina when they met on September 2nd, but playing with Dolls didn't break all that sharp. She ran a decent second last time, but that was an easier field, won by Out of the Clouds. So she'll have to step it up a little bit off of her recent form, but she's certainly a threat. She does have pretty decent form. She doesn't run a bad race. She's been no worse than 4th in any of her 5 starts. Good horse to use underneath. Now there's an interesting first-time starter in here. It's the 8 Big Advantage. This is the second foal of that dam. The first, which is a half to this one, Doc Advantage, has been pretty good here at Finger Lakes. Has been pretty decent going short or long, running against allowance competition. So interesting to see what Big Advantage does first time out, and is getting a little bit of action at odds of 5-1. So those are some of the contenders for the 4th race. We're going to start a pick 3. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available in here. We scratched the 2, Dharma.
The field for race 4 is coming out onto the track. The 4 is Last Best Laugh with Stephen Frett. The 5 is Dark Princess with Caber Koa. The 6 is Playing with Dolls. Kevin Navarro rides. The 7 is Mia Nipotina with Jeremias Flores. The 8th Big Advantage, Andre Wari is in the saddle. There's the 1 Disco Drama with Emmanuel De Diego. Scratch the 2 Dharma. And way in the back is the 3 It's Our Destiny with Jackie Davis. All right. Playing with Dolls, a juicy 7-2 right now. I don't know how to switch that. I mean, there's plenty of time, but it's a nice price. And Kevin Navarro for John Buckley, we've seen that combination have plenty of success here. Good second last time. Kind of ran out of real estate. Speaking of that, get you an extra half furlong. First time she gets 6 furlongs since her debut. That was won by Dort Soul Dancer, who's won a handful of races here this summer. She's run behind the likes of Sweet Anniversary. And I think she gets the right setup in here, and I think today is graduation day. 7-2, juicy price. Take that. The bottom, number 8, Big Advantage, first-time starter. 4, Paul Barrow. Gets Andre Wari, son of the daughter of the recently commissioned Mission Impassable. Paul does well with first-time starters and wins it over 18%. Most of those are here. So it says solid, if not spectacular works. Couple of nice gate drills. We'll try him for second. Her for second, and the 7, Mia Nipotina. Jeremias Flores has been riding her. Stays there. It's interesting. Paul is a first-time starter. Jeremiah stays there. Has hit the board since returning to Finger Lakes in all 3 starts. See if she can get a piece at 3-1. 6-8-7 for me here. Best of luck in race 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate and it's post time. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. We have a late scratch here in race 4. Upon advice of the track veterinarian, the number 1 Disco Drama is a late scratch. Late scratch to 1 Disco Drama. Win, play, show, exact, and try superfecta wagers will all be refunded. Doubles and pick 3 starting as well. Conso doubles and pick 3s middling and ending. If you use this horse in the early pick 4 or the pick 6, you will get the favorite at final odds. Once again, late scratch number 1, Disco Drama. Rest of the field set to load in. It's Our Destiny. Goes forward. Now Jackie Davis jumps off. It's Our Destiny before loading. It's Our Destiny's in. Jackie's hanging out in the gate, waiting to climb aboard. Last best laugh goes in. Here's your favorite, Dark Princess. First start here for Michael S. Ferraro via the Mid-Atlantic Way. Playing with Dolls goes in. Here's Mia Nipotina, my little niece in Italian. And Big Advantage, the firster, the last to go in. Don't forget, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Pick 5 starts in race 5. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a stutter step beginning for the 3. It's Our Destiny. The first or big advantage, and Andre Warrior, like a shot, open up a 3-length lead in the blink of an eye. It's all big advantage in front. Last Best Laugh is back in second, now 4.5 from the lead. Dark Princess, the favorite, moves up into third. Back and forth is Playing with Dolls. Mia Nipotini is already a dozen from the front, and it's well back to It's Our Destiny after that beginning. 22-4. A wicked opening quarter for the first big advantage, who maintains a 3.5-length lead. Dark Princess cuts right into that margin midway on the far turn, keeps on getting closer and closer, now just a length behind. From the back, Mia Nipotina is joined by Playing with Dolls as the gray Last Best Laugh back pedals through a 47.5. Off the turn and into the stretch, Dark Princess swooped to the lead. Went by Big Advantage, who tries to battle on in her debut. It's Dark Princess taking the lead and now drawing away from Big Advantage. Here comes Mia Nipotina and Playing with Dolls, trying to get some minor spoils. But to the 16th pole, it's all the favorite. Dark Princess on the ship from here back to Laurel. She won it by 8. Dead tight. Three of them across the line. Looked like Big Advantage held off Playing with Dolls and Mia Nipotina in that order in a pretty good 112-4. Number 5, Dark Princess was first. It's a photo for second. Number 8, Big Advantage second. 6, Playing with Dolls third. 7, Mia Nipotina was fourth. 5, 8, 6, 7 here in race 4 unofficial. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 5, Dark Princess. Dark Princess is a 4-year-old daughter of McLean's Music out of the King of Kings mare, Silent Queen. She's owned by Barry K. Schwartz and trained by Michael S. Ferraro. Winning rider, our leading one, Cabracoa, and it's official. $2 double 3-5, 45 even. $2 double conso 3-1, 15.80. $2 exacta 5-8, 37.20. 50-cent try 5-8-6, 24 bucks. 10-cent super 5-8-6-7, $5.82. 50-cent pick 3, 6-3-5, 27.87. 50-cent console pick 3, 6-3-1, $7.85. And the 50-cent pick 4, 109.12. Please note, if you use the number 1, Disco Drama, the late scratch, you scratched into the post-time favorite in the pick 4, and it was, in fact, the winner. And the pick 6. And it was, in fact, the winner, the number 5, Dark Princess. So you hit that pick 4 for $109.12. Race 5 comes up next. Kicks off today's 50-cent pick 5. No changes here in the 5th. Post time for race 5 is in just over 21 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 5, and Dark Princess. That one showing her stuff as she is a high-priced yearling, classy horse, well-bred, and she was better than our maidens despite being off the layoff. Good-looking performance. Cabercoa for Michael S. Ferraro. We go to the 5th, and difficult race. I mean, Happy Instead's going to get a lot of play here. There's a little bit of vulnerability as he did get beat as a favorite in a 4-horse field. Maybe G Munning just ran that big. I mean, he got in a stretch duel with G Munning, and G Munning just outdueled him to the wire. It was a couple lengths back to the rest of the field. Problem in this race is he does look like the speed of the race. King Cali is outside of him, cutting back from a route, but Happy Instead should be able to get the front in here, and we'll try to go gate to wire against this field. He's going to have to run a little better than what he did last time in that 4-horse field. The 4 last drink comes off a race where he had some late trouble. Well, late trouble. He got bumped around like a pinball between the top 2 finishers. Broken-hearted G Munning was decided that didn't affect the outcome as he was getting a little bit tired late, and it didn't affect the positioning. Now, but it did bother him, and maybe he'd been a little bit closer. He back to 6 furlongs today. He was going primarily routes, and still got a good number for the race, and had faced allowance horses the race before. So starts getting a little overlooked in here at odds of 9-1, but should be a big threat, especially if Happy Instead doesn't have it or stops on the front end. Connect the Brock's always a big top 3 or 4 threat. Hits the board almost every time in these sprint races. Interesting because he had been going primarily routes. He's better bred for the route, but he ran into a horse called Venge last time, and he just wasn't as competitive. So maybe he's just becoming a better sprinter than router because his better races this year have been in sprints than the routes in New York. As mentioned, he's been no worse than 4th in any of the sprints that he's been in for this price here at Finger Lakes this year. Just hasn't been a big win threat in any of those races. Maybe you can get the right kind of trip today. He's currently at odds of 8-1. Then you got the 3 Free Folk. He gets a little class relief, dropping to the 11-9. Broke his maiden against special weights and tried a couple routes before cutting back last time, and caught a tough group. Well, does get that slight class relief, dropping the 11-9, and should be able to get a decent trip from his positioning in this race. And he's getting a little bit of action in here, but another one to consider in a pretty competitive 5th race. We'll start the pick 5 with race number 5, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double, also available. You got 6 minutes to post.
The field for race 5 is on the track. The 1 is Go Grad with Emmanuel De Diego. The 2 is Connect the Brox. Jeremiah Flores rides. The 3 is Free Folk. Andre Warry's in the saddle. The 4 is Last Drink with Heyman Hockey. The 5 is Happy Instead, Luis Perez. The 6 is King Kali with J.M. Rohina. And the 7's Makar with Joel Cruz. Went to Connect the Brox here, cutting back from the 2-turn race back to 3/4. He has really fudged up, I said fudged, wet track races because most of them came down at the Big A or around 2 turns, and he is clearly a sprinter. So when you have those fudged up numbers, you can get a price. He's 10-1. I'm going to try Connect the Brox. The 5, Happy Instead, dropped to 11 last time, got beat at 4-5. Is he the most likely winner? Yes. Do I want him at 4-5? Absolutely not. If I'm playing a pick 5, I'm using him, but I'm hoping Connect the Brox gets the job done. And then finally the 4, another horse at a huge price, Last Drink. He raced well in the slot back in July, tried 2 turns, no good, came back. G. Munnings came back to win, who finished second in front of him. I don't know what this horse has done wrong. His sprints, I know he's raced well going 2 turns, but I don't think it's a coincidence that his best 2-turn race was in slop. I would use all 3 of them here. 2, 4, 5 if you're playing a pick 5. And hope for the best. Pick 4 starts in race 6. Best of luck here in the 5th. Post times in a minute, 1 minute. Last chance to play the pick 5. The field for race 5, the start of the pick 5, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Loading out of order, Connect the Brox will go in first. Now Go Grad to his inside stall. Here's Free Folk. The Big Gray Last Drink goes forward. Odds-on favorite, Happy Instead goes in. Happy instead of what? King Kali is next. And Makar is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Happy Instead, the favorite to the lead. Last Drink rushes up. The Gray is in second, now has the lead away from Happy Instead. Makar's outside. Free Folk is inside. We drop back to the duo of Gograd King Kali. Connect the Brox. Can see them all. 7.5 from the front. Last Drink wins the early battle. Got a half length on Happy Instead. Makar 3 deep as Free Folk rides the rails in fourth through a 23-second opening quarter. Fifth is King Kali. He's a half a dozen from the front. A length and a half more to Gograd and nothing yet. From Connect the Brox, the midway on the far turn. Chasing Last Drink. Last Drink, he's 9-1. And trying to take him gate to wire. Now the favorite, Happy Instead, engages, and Happy Instead goes by. Happy Instead, just like that, put a half length on Last Drink through a half and 46 and 4 off the turn into the stretch. Happy Instead. Luis Perez shakes the reins and he responds, shows him the left-handed stick, and Happy Instead's 3 in front. Here comes Free Folk from the back. King Kali and Connect the Brox is coming wide but very late, and they're about 50 jumps from the line. Happy Instead reports home an easy 4-5 winner by 4. Then it was Free Folk and King Kali in 112 and 3. Five, Happy Instead first. It's a photo for second. Three, Free Folk second. 6, King Kali third. 2, Connect the Brox was fourth. 5, 3, 6, 2, unofficial here in the fifth. Turn into the winner's circles. The number 5, Happy Instead. 3-year-old gelding, the son of Lefrick, out of the Freud mare, Good Habits. A New York bred. Happy instead, zoned and trained by our leading trainer, Michael Anthony Ferraro, winning rider, Luis Perez. Ferraro Jr.'s in pants like me. You know it's cold here at Finger Lakes today. $2 double, pair of fives, $11.60. $2 exacta five tree, $26.20. 50-cent try, 536, $14. 10-cent super, 5362, $7.65. Pick 3, 355, 2362. Conso pick 3, 315, $7.50. Race 6 comes up next. It kicks off today's late pick 4. Here in race 6, scratch the 3 Halloway and the 10 Fluorescent Bay. Scratch the 3 and 10. Rider change for the 6 Dr. Darby to Jackie Davis. Rider change for the 8 Alpha Sunny to Stephen Fred. Race 7, scratch the 7, My Kind of Mischief. Race 7, scratch the 7. Race 8, scratch the 2, Tequila. And the 6, Morning Boss. Race 8, scratch the 2 and 6. And then the 9th, scratch the 8, She Speaks Well. Race 9, scratch the 8. Post time for race 6. The start of today's late pick 4 is in just over 19 minutes. Here in race 6, number 2, Find the Names, 2 pounds over.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 6. And Happy Instead, I mean, the last drink was aggressive. It got the lead. Happy Instead, Louis Perez did the right thing. He sat right off of that one and then just took over and got first run on everybody else and still just proved much the best in that race. Louis Perez for M. Anthony Ferraro starts off the pick 5 at a short price. 6th race is a maiden event going a mile 70. We do scratch the 3, Halloway. We scratch the 10, Fluorescent Bay. A couple rider changes in here. Jackie Davis, who's been riding Dr. Darby, she'll get the mount back. And Stephen Frett, who rode Alpha Sunny, he'll be riding Alpha Sunny again. So those are the rider changes in this race. Tricky race. The 5, Still a Soldier, is getting some early play. He's been off since May. He's only had 2 career starts. First start was at Gulfstream Park against 3-year-old maidens, and yeah, those are so much tougher. And then tried the older in New York in the mud. Yeah, it wasn't very competitive. He did beat 3 horses in that race and actually earned a 73 buyer, though he lost by 15 lengths. Should find this spot a lot easier than those open maidens he was up against last year. He's now facing mostly New York breds here at Finger Lakes. This horse costs $150,000 as a yearling. Well, you see the breeding, not a surprise there. It's Kentucky bred out of a dam by Tapit by Street Sense. I mean, this horse has got all the breeding and all the reason to beat these maidens here. But again, he's been off since May and making his first start. But he does pick up Ray Lou Gutierrez, who is making a Finger Lakes appearance, returning home. Good shot in here, obviously. The one destined for glory I found very interesting in this race. This horse stretched out for the first time last time, actually made a move at the top of the stretch and opened up 3 lengths before getting a little bit tired. Was obviously moved a little bit early. I think was forced to move a little bit early because had to move up it was on the rail, and before the rail closed, he forced him to move before he wanted to, and then just came up a little bit short as the other 3 horses came on to finish ahead of him. But again, that was his first experience going long. You'd expect him to improve second time going long, and he is getting a little bit of action at odds of 7-2. See if he can get the right kind of trip today. The 7 Vagano for Nick Zito. Obviously, Nick Zito had a great career earlier in his career, was one of the top trainers. This one comes from Oaklawn Park, where he hasn't run since March. Obviously, he's faced better competition than what he'll face here. He's by honor code, very well-bred horses, Vagano, and he attracts leading rider Cabercoa for this race. But again, like Still a Soldier, who's been facing tougher, this one has been off a long time. Interesting horse, and certainly a horse to consider. Hasn't performed well. I mean, he's winless on the off track, still a maiden. But again, those maiden races, it's not like he lost his form on the off track. So just another one to consider in this race. The 4, Jake's Orchard, he's been knocking at the door in this condition. I think he faces a tougher field today, but he ran a big race last time. He was pressed the whole way, kind of set it up for the deep closer, Prophetic, who got a clean trip. So Jake's Orchard, hard to leave out. He's at 5-1. So those are a few of the main contenders for race number 6. I think all of them are big threats in this race. Exacta Tri, Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts there. We scratch the 3 and the 10.
The field for race 6, the start of the late pick 4, has just hit the track. The one's destined for glory with Andre Worry. That rhymed. The 2 is Find the Name, Juan Diaz rides. Scratch the 3, Halloway. The 4 is Jake's Orchard with Heeman Hargey. The 5 is Still a Soldier with Relu Gutierrez. The 6 is Dr. Darby. Note the rider change to Jackie Davis. The 7 is Vegano. Cabracoa rides. The 8 is Alpha Sunny. Note the rider change to Stephen Frett. The 9 is Mobot with Anthony Rodriguez. Scratch the 10, Fluorescent Bay. You guys didn't think I was going to let Nick Zito come here and not try to get him home, did you? So this was actually Broker's Maiden, got disqualified, 2 back for 30 at Oaklawn. Raced once more for 55, and we haven't seen him since March. So looking at a 6-month break for this son of Honor Code. They're just hoping that this relief here on the circuit is going to get the job done. He comes from the back, but he gets Mr. Koa, and I think that'll help the cause. I'll put Fagano on top. 5, Still a Soldier, makes his way here. Gulfstream and Aqueduct, now he winds up at the Lakes. Plinkers, get fresh gelding. Lots like, ran behind Unmatched Wisdom in that maiden race at Aqueduct in the mud by Street Sense out of a Tappet mare. Another one hoping the circuit relief helps his cause. It's very hard for me to get past those 2 in here. If the local flag gets waved, I believe it'll be by the number 1, Destined for Glory, who's just 0 for 3. One start around 2 turns. He opened up a big lead and got run down in the stretch. The problem is he got run down by 3 horses, not 1. He just got tired late. Maybe he needed that first race around 2 turns. He's drawn the advantageous rail draw here. I think you want to be inside going into that turn. And we'll see if he can parlay that into a win. 7-5-1. Good luck in race 6. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it is post time. Going to kick off this late pick 4 here. You still have a few seconds to get those last wagers in for that pick 4. Riders off the number 2, Find a Name. He'll load out of order first. Find the Name's locked away. Now Juan Diaz will climb aboard. Also out of order goes the 6, Dr. Darby. Destined for Glory goes to the inside draw. Here's Jake's Orchard. Six to 5 favorites. Still a Soldier goes forward. Here's Vegano for Hall of Fame trainer Nick Zito. Alpha Sunny goes forward. The last to load is Mobot. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Alpha Sunny and Jake's Orchard. Alpha Sunny wins the battle under the line the first time and opens up a length and a half. Jake's Orchard is second. The Gray, Still a Soldier, the favorites third, just 2 from the front and floated wide on that first turn. Saving ground is Find a Name, who is shadowed to his outside by Dr. Darby. Along the rail is Destined for Glory. Then we come back to Mobot, and Vegano's there as well as they head up the backstretch. It's a loose lead for Alpha Sunny. Alpha Sunny, Jake's Orchard second. Still a Soldier moves up, then Find a Name. Vegano's fourth, just moved into fourth. Back in sixth is Destined for Glory. The 2 at the back of the pack are Mobot and Dr. Darby, 48 and 3. An ambitious half set here by Alpha Sunny. Here comes Still a Soldier after him as Jake's Orchard comes under a ride. Vegano starting to rev up. He has 6 or 7 to make up. He's about to move into third as the field makes their way along the turn. Alpha Sunny and Stephen Frett trying to steal it. Still a Soldier trying to put a stop to that right now, and he just took the lead away from Alpha Sunny, 113 and 4. Still a Soldier. Raylu took a peek back. He sees Vegano coming. Vegano, the main danger right now, it appears, to the favorite, Still a Soldier, who comes off the turn and into the stretch with a 2-length lead. Alpha Sunny tries to battle on. Vegano keeps coming down the center, but past the 8th pole, Still a Soldier marches on and opens up a 4, now 5-length lead. Vegano, second best today to Still a Soldier, who waltzed home by 5. Then Vegano, Alpha Sunny, Jake's Orchard was along for 4th and 145 and 1. Number 5, Still a Soldier first. 7, Vegano second. 8, Alpha Sunny third. 4, Jake's Orchard fourth. Making his way into the winner's circle for the very first time is the number 5, Still a Soldier. 3-year-old gelding is the son of Street Sense. Out of the Tappet mare, Tapari. Still a Soldier is owned by St. Elias Stable and Lindy Farms, trained by Philip Antonacci. Winning rider gracing us with his presence today, Raylu Gutierrez. $2 double. Another pair of 5, $7.20. $2 exact to 5.7, $9.60. 50-cent try, 5.78, 34 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 5.784, $12.02. 50-cent pick 3, 5.55, $4.65. Race 7's up next. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off on the 7th. Scratch the 7, my kind of mischief. Race 7, scratch the 7. Post time for the 7th is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 7, and the two horses that were invading run 1-2 in that race. It was Ray Lou Gutierrez aboard Still a Soldier getting the victory for Phil Antonacci, who just was too good for that field. I mean, Vigano, you could say, was probably the best, second best type horse in that race. They just both had a class edge on our maidens, and they run 1-2 and short price exacta in race number 6. All right, that starts the pick 4 with Still a Soldier. We go to the 7th race, and it's a maiden event going 6 furlongs. We do scratch the 7, My Kind of Mischief. Start with the 8. A short price favorite on the board right now is the 8, Refuse to Lose. And I guess you say the same thing. I mean, she has just faced better quality competition going against open maiden special weights in New York and Saratoga. I mean, this is a Kentucky bred by Union Rags, now going against mostly state breds here at Finger Lakes. So it's almost like a big drop in class, even though you're still facing regular maidens. But she's had her chances with 5 career starts. Started off a lot better. I mean, this one earlier this year had 2 top 3 finishes at big prices against those good maiden special weights. I mean, those are real quality fields, big efforts. Kind of tailed off. I mean, maybe she didn't want to go long. She tried a couple route races and didn't fare as well. I mean, she last in a 4-horse field. She beat 1 horse her next route. And then last race when cutting back, she finished last, losing by double digits. But still, those races are still probably better than what she'll face today. So she's going to get a lot of the play. She's at odds of 3-5, despite the form maybe going the other way a little bit. You see the first-time starter getting some play. That's Hypnotic Flare for John Buckley. This one out of a stakes place mare. They paid $40,000 for this one as a yearling, resold for $75,000. The dam is a half to a 3-time stakes winner, Super Fuse. So the breeding is there. Not the fastest of works for the debut for Hypnotic Flare, but you got to respect the breeding, and maybe she could come out running it in a field that there's a lot of question marks about. Like, Refuse to Lose coming here with form going the other way. PA Advantage looks to be the other big contender in this race. Not getting much for early play is the 6 PA Advantage. Obviously, a half to a good one that won a stakes race. Ran 4th in the debut. Did get off a little bit slow. Kind of hopped at the start. That's correct what the comment says. Adds pulling out the stops. Adds blinkers and adds Lasix after that race. And it's not like she ran bad. She ran actually very well. Just a little bit easier field that she was up against. But obviously you could see some improvement, especially with the changes made. Make the adjustments, and she could improve in her second start. Surprised that she's 13-1, but still early. Still got 5 minutes to post. But those are the 3 main contenders in here. You see most of the play on Refuse to Lose, and she's a very deserving favor with the company kept. The one I use for 4th is the 1, Mary Union Ave. She cuts back in distance. This will be the first time going a sprint at Finger Lakes. All of her sprint races were in New York and Saratoga. Her only 2 starts here, ironically enough, they were both routes. So maybe she didn't like the distance. So I guess they'll try her to sprint. Again, she was going against tougher competition in those New York bred maidens in New York before arriving here. Maybe the cutback is what she needs. She is getting some action at odds of 7-2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 7. Again, we scratch the 7, My Kind of Mischief.
field for race 7 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Mary Union Avenue with Jackie Davis. The 2 is World Bank with Nazario Alvarado looking for his second win on the card. The 3 is Diva d'Oro with Rafael Rojino Jr. The 4 is Barbara Spirit with Joel Cruz. The 6 is PA Advantage with Jeremiah Flores. Scratch the 7, My Kind of Mischief. The 8's Refuse to Lose. Luis Perez looks for a riding double. And there's the 5 Hypnotic Flare with Kevin Navarro. Horse will be going to the gate soon. I went with the favorite Refuse to Lose. I picked 8-6-5 in here. No time to really talk about it. Final pick 3 of the day starts here. Best of luck here in the 7th. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7's behind the gate, and it's post time. In goes Mary Union Avenue. World Bank is next. Here's Diva Doro and Barbara's Spirit. First, her Hypnotic Flare's already in the gate. She's been there for a bit. Here's PA Advantage. Last to load, your odds-on favorite. Refuse to lose. They're in the gate. And they're off. Refuse to lose. The favorite was off a beat slow. There goes World Bank to the lead. On the far outside, PA Advantage is there, and now the first Hypnotic Flare moves up into third. Fourth is Diva de Oro, has 2 lengths on Refuse to Lose, who's getting in gear now, just 7 from the front. Barbara Spirit has 1 horse beaten. It's Mary Union Avenue. Hypnotic Flare and PA Advantage take over through a 23-second flat opening quarter as the field makes their way to the far turn. One-time leader World Bank's back in third. Here comes Refuse to Lose. Luis Perez has the favorite in gear. She's less than 4 lengths from the lead. Gap of 5.5, 6 to Diva de Oro. Then Barbara's Spirit and Mary Union Avenue trails. Past the quarter pole through a half and 47. Hypnotic Flare still there. PA Advantage between. The favorite Refuse to Lose keeps on chugging along outside. Trying to get to the debuting Hypnotic Flare. She just did. It's Refuse to Lose. Hypnotic Flare not going down without a fight, but they come to the 16th pole, and Refuse to Lose starting to overwhelm Hypnotic Flare. Refuse to Lose did just that and won it by 2.5. Then it was Hypnotic Flare got tight for show between PA Advantage and World Bank in 113 and 2. Eight, Refuse to Lose first. 5, Hypnotic Flare second. It's a photo for third. Six, PA Advantage third. 2, World Bank fourth. 8-5-6-2 unofficial here in race number 7. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is number 8, Refuse to Lose. It's a 4-year-old daughter of Union Rags out of the Yankee Victim Air Victory Party. Refuse to Lose is owned by Barry K. Schwartz, trained by Michael S. Ferraro, winning rider Luis Perez. That trio teamed up for their second win on the Tuesday card, and it's now official. $2 double 5-8, $5.20. $2 exactly 8-5, $7.80. 50-cent try, 856, $10.60. And the dime super, 8562, $10.32. Race 8 comes up next. It kicks off the late double. Scratch the 2 tequila and the 6 morning boss. Race 8, scratch the 2 and 6. And in race 9, scratch the 8, she speaks well. Race 9, scratch the 8. Post time for the 8th is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 8, and yeah, the favorite, Refuse to Lose. Just tougher company lines for that one. Showed her stuff today and got the victory in race number 7. Okay, 2 more left to go. Race number 8 starts the last double of the card. A couple key scratches. I mean, Tequila was a strong player in here. That one's out. Morning Boss, the 6 horse, is out as well. So scratch the 2 and the 6. Good competitive race. It features one of last year's top fillier mare sprinters, Fast Fran, as far as winning those starter allowances. I mean, she was going right through the claimers and starters last year. She was a 5-time winner in 2023. She caught a field with absolutely no speed in it last race and was an easy winner. You can't leave Fast Fran alone on the lead. And she was probably the gift of the year with a big overlay of 3-1. I think somebody just took some late money in that race, and if you played her, you really enjoyed the price that you got on her last time. Much tougher race today for Fast Fran, as you do have a couple new faces in here with Chem Major and Violent Vixen, a couple horses that arrive from New York with much better class lines than Fast Fran, but she's going to get a lot of the play based on her performances last year, and she's a little dressed up from her last race when she was lone speed, but she still plays. I mean, this horse has been phenomenal. She was almost unbeatable last year in those starter allowances when she did get the front end. And she's going to try for that again today, but it does look like she's got other speed to contend with. I went with a 7, Violent Vixen. This one probably bred more for the route, but she's run primarily sprints and run very well in sprints against tougher competition. She was claimed for 25 and then avoided for 12.5. They did drop her off of the claim, so there are some question marks with Violent Vixen. What I do like with this horse, though, even though she's only had that one start since June, she's got a bullet work over this racetrack, so she's been working here. She appears to like an off track. She's 1 for 1 on sloppy racetracks, 2 for 3 overall on off tracks. So Violent Vixen, see if the good Violent Vixen shows up, she's going to be tough to handle in this race. Mentioned Chem Major. Chem Major just claimed for 8,000, and this one comes off a second place finish at Tampa. That was way back in April during their winter and spring meet. Class-wise, she's good enough to beat these. Very well-bred horse, too. I guess there is some question mark about the 6 furlong distances. She was going primarily longer distance, but 2 of her 5 wins in her career are in sprints, and she is a half to stakes-winning sprinter. Chem Major for Ilmar Loaiza getting a little bit of action at odds of 7-2. The 1, Sweet Shallots, never can be dismissed. This horse, a little inconsistent in her form, but when she's on her game, she's tough. She only got beat a length to Special Pal, who has been very sharp. Special Pal getting a 23 first quarter. And how sharp is Bayou Melody? I mean, that one is one of few in a row, I think 3 in a row to start off the season. She's up in class next Tuesday, but Sweet Shallots, always a contender when she runs. And she doesn't mind an off track either. She's 7 for 14 in the top 3 on the off. So if the good Sweet Shallot shows up, she's a big threat. She's a big price right now at odds of 10-1. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here again. Scratch the 2, Tequila, and the 6, Morning Boss.
The field for on the track. The one Sweet Shallots with Joel Cruz. The 2 Tequila Scratch. The 3 is In Traffic. Jackie Davis is aboard. The 4 is Chem Major. Kevin Navarro. The 5 is Miss Pab. Raylu Gutierrez looks for his second win on the card. Scratch the 6, Morning Boss. The 7's Violent Vixen with Cabercoa. The 8, Who Asked You? Anthony Rodriguez rides. And the 9 is Fast Fran with Jeremias Flores. All right. Violent Vixen. First start for leading trainer Ferraro. He looks for his second on the day. He's wearing pants today. I am too. I don't like it at all. This horse makes the first start here since August. First start at Finger Lakes. Off avoided claim. In for the 11 here. Since being claimed back in April, no bueno. And Charlie Baker had this horse. Not sure what happened here, but I think this circuit class relief's enough. I went to Violent Vixen. The 1 Sweet Shallots would have had a much better time on yesterday's track. She comes from the back, man. She won a race here earlier this year. She made up 15 lengths from the top of the stretch home. Big effort. She'll need one of those in here. Boy, the old man, 9 years old. She's raced 72 times. This will be her 73rd start. Good for her. We'll see if she can come running late. And finally, the favorites on the outside, the number 9, Fast Fran, third off of a layoff for Rich Schaefer's Philly mare, I should say, got a late start. Won the beaten 11 last time. That was a dated race of a year. Now it's 2. And she's been hickory here as well. 33rd start, 12 wins already. 4 of them came on wet tracks. She has speed, and she's going to be tough. Who Asked You? Going to have to do the dirty work and keep her company. We'll see how it shakes out. 7-1-9 here in the 8th. Best of luck if you're playing that late double. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate. It's post time. Sweet Shallots the first to load, followed by In Traffic. Chem Major goes forward. Miss Pab's up next. Violent Vixen goes in. Here's Who Asked You? Fast Fran's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Both Chem Major and Miss Pab were off slowly. From the outside, there's Who Asked You. Now Fast Fran challenges and takes over. Fast Fran a length. Who Asked You's back in second. Violent Vixen already 4 lengths from the lead in third. Then In Traffic and Sweet Shallots and the tardy duo of Miss Pab and Chem Major are at the back of the pack. They go to the first quarter in a quick 22 and almost 4. Fast Fran leads them 2 lengths. Who Asked You under a drive. The favorite Violent Vixen trying to swing into action with a 3-wide bid. Sweet Shallots, a lot closer today than usual, rides the rails in fourth. In Traffic's under a ride. Here comes Miss Pab from the back, nothing from Chem Major. They go the half in 46 and 1. Who Asked You took over from Fast Fran. Sweet Shallots trying to maneuver to the outside. In the meantime, Violent Vixen with dead aim on Who Asked You. Violent Vixen coming to Who Asked You. Who Asked You trying to hold off. Violent Vixen, 16th pole coming up. And Violent Vixen just grabbed the lead away from Who Asked You. Violent Vixen strides out and wins it by 3.5. Then it was Who Asked You. Chem Major came from the moon to get the show dough over Sweet Shallots in 112 and 1. Seven, Violent Vixen first. 8, Who Asked You second. 4, Chem Major third. 1, Sweet Shallots fourth. 7, 8, 4, 1. Turn to the winner's circles. The number 7, Violent Vixen. She's a 6-year-old daughter of Violence out of the mine shaft near mine own. Violent Vixen's owned by Paradise Farms Corporation. 2 wins on the day for leading trader Michael Anthony Ferraro. Winning rider. Again, 2 on the day. For our leading one, Kabakoa. It's official. $2 double 8-7, $7.20. $2 exacta, 7-8, 17 even. 50-cent try, 7-8-4, 15.62. 10-cent super, 7-8-4-1, $12.37. Pick 6 was hit. Dollar pick 6, $429. Conso for $1.05 of 6, 10 cents shy of 7 potatoes. Race 9 comes up next. The finale offers win place show. Exacta try and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 8. She speaks well. Post time for race number 9 is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, don't forget to come out this Monday for our biggest day of the year. 3 stakes. The New York Breeders' Futurity. The $50,000 Jack better be right. $50,000 Genesee Valley. That New York Breeders' Futurity worth at least $200,000. 4 claiming series finals. The North Warning Stakes, the Unhinged Ironman, the Mount Rushmore, and the Wise Awake. $2 hot dogs, $1.50 fountain sodas, all day long down at the wire. DRF.com members, free PPs for the day. Just head over to DRF.com and log in. It's our biggest day of the year. 1 o'clock. Mondays and Tuesdays at 1. Wednesdays 1:15. This Monday, October 21st. 4 claiming series finals, 3 stakes races, $2 hot dogs, and $1.50 fountain sodas. See you Monday.
Getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. Just a reminder, tomorrow, a little bit later with the first post, 1:15 first post that will be starting tomorrow. And then on Monday, our next race day after that, we have a big day of racing. We got 3 stakes races, got the 2 routes, as well as the New York Breeders' Futurity, the richest race of the year. That for the 2-year-old New York Breds draws a really nice quality field. And also, all of our Claiming Distance Series races, they come to a conclusion on Monday. So quite a loaded card for Monday. You got 7 of the 9 races right there. Really exciting racing action. So that's coming up next week. Plus you got $2 hot dogs to enjoy all the action. Got to come out here next Monday for a good card. Maybe I'll have a special delivery from the mailman. Looking back at the 8th, Violent Vixen able to just go by Fast Fran with no resistance. That one looked good in victory. Cabercoa for M. Anthony Ferraro. I think the main threat was Chem Major. That one lost all chance at the start. Still rolling a little bit down the stretch. All right, let's look at the last race. We scratched the 8. She Speaks Well. We've had a lot of logical favorites here late. Maybe a chance to get a price here. Although I like one of the favorites here. There's 5-1 morning line. Talking about 5 aces. Looks to be the speed of the race, and comes off a second place finish behind McDonough. McDonough running an improved effort that race. Ran third, only beating a neck to bottomless refill. That one's going good right now for Tim Murphy. So off the numbers, the last 2 races for 5 aces are good. It's just a matter of how fast he's got to go early, because he's got to go a little further today, 6 furlongs. Now he did beat U Butte, who's in here going 5.5 when he was able to get the lead on him when he broke his maiden back in July. He's a strong player at 2-1. Mention U Butte. Maybe he's improved since. He stepped up in class after losing to 5 aces, and 2 starts later ended up winning against maiden special weights. Smart move is he got the bigger purse. Now he'll face winners, and he's not even a try allowance. He goes right to the bottom for the 2 lifetime condition. Now, it wasn't a very fast time that he comes out of, so maybe that's got a lot of reason that he just didn't beat that strong of a maiden special weight field last time. So, but he's still got to be respected off the maiden special weight win. He's at odds of 4-1. He's going to get some play just because of the connections. Classical is the class of the race. He's faced tougher. He tried winners last time going a mile at Turf Paradise, and that was back in February. So a lot of time away from the races for Classical. But we see the horse earlier today run well off of a long layoff, having a class edge. So maybe it's that time of year now. This one's by Uncle Mo, a Kentucky bred. And Adil Khan has done well. He's only had a few starts. He already got that one win with a class dropper a couple weeks ago. The 3-horse With No Name, well, you got to draw a line through the last race. If you like With No Name, the speed didn't really come back. And before that had 2 straight second-place finishes against some decent $5,000 field, even in that one other than, which was a tougher field going 6 furlongs. So if you can forgive the last effort for With No Name, maybe he'll be closer today. His lone win, only career win, was on and off track, and that's worth noting because that was his maiden victory early in his career. Exacta Tri Super offered in the final race on today's card. You got 4 minutes of post. Again, scratch the 8. She Speaks Well.
field for race 9. Today's finale is coming onto the track. The 1 is Bet the Palace with Andre Worry. The 2 is U Butte, Capricoa Rides. The 3 is With No Name. Luis Perez is in the saddle. The 4 is Classical with He-Man Hockey. The 5 is BC Glory Days with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 7 is Don Antonio with Carlos Camilo looking for his second win on the card. Scratch the 8, She Speaks Well. The 9 is Onofrio with Dalton Brown. The 10 is Spoofy with Anthony Rodriguez. And somewhere out there is the 6. 5 Aces with Kevin Navarro. That's my seleccione here to wrap up this Tuesday program. Back tomorrow. Don't forget first post on Wednesdays, 1:15 tomorrow. 5 Aces. And for the nickel, last 2 times you got beat a neck for this same level. Tough beats. I think he faced Bottomless Refill was on a 3-race win. Has won 3 in a row. McDonough, he was in much against same level, much tougher horses last time. I thought 5 Aces was going to be tough today. U Butte got the job done in the special weight ranks, but the Ferraros win races because they don't fool themselves right into the nickel. See if U Butte can follow up a maiden win with a score here in this nickel 2 life. And then all the way on the bottom, the number 10, Spoofy, got out of the maiden ranks for 5. It was his only start sprinting for the 5,000. Ferraro Senior wheels him right back for the nickel 2 life. He's interesting at that price. I don't think he should be that price. Try and get him in your gimmicks here. That should be 6-2-10, guys, not 6-3-10. I picked 6-2-10. 6-2-10 for me. Ignore the board. 1 o'clock, 1:15 tomorrow, 8 race card. We'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Here in race 9, we have a late scratch. Number 3, With No Name, has run off and will be a late scratch. That's the number 3, With No Name. Win, play, show, exacta, try, supers, all refunded. Doubles, pick 3s, consos. Use the source in the pick 4 or the pick 5. You will get the favorite at final odds. Late scratch number 3, With No Name. He ran off. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Folks, get capping for tomorrow. PPs for the Wednesday Carter Up. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there each and every racing day of the 2024 season. Just 19 days left after today. 115 post for the 8 race card. Get your PPs at fingerlakesgaming.com. The field for the finale has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Don't forget, late scratch to 3 with no name. Late scratch to 3 here. Join the earlier scratch of the 8. She speaks well. Racing resumes tomorrow, 1:15. We go to we're 1:15 posts for the next 3 Wednesdays in October. Bet the Palace goes in. Here's U Butte. Classical in all yellow goes forward momentarily. BC Glory Days is in. Here's 5 aces. That is not a legitimate hand. Don Antonio goes in. Here's Onofrio. And Spoofy is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off in the finale. Spoofy shows first. There goes the speedy 5 aces. Onofrio, Dalton Brown's hustling him already. To the inside is the duo of U Butte and Classical. They're joined by BC Glory Days. Don Antonio's in the mix. Trailer is Bet the Palace, but he's already gaining ground. He's just 9 or 10 from the lead. 5 aces holds the lead. BC Glory Days on the chase through an opening quarter in 22 and 4. They're all scrubbing along here. Spoofy with a 3-wide move. U Butte was just passed by him. Then we come back to Classical and Don Antonio and Bet the Palace. And way back is Onofrio. Off the turn, to the quarter pole rather, in a half. That went in 46 and 3. 5 aces pounded by BC Glory Days. Spoofy in the purple caps in the offing, incoming now with a rally as the field makes their way to the 8th pole. 5 Aces just found another gear. There was one up his sleeve, and 5 Aces is 5 in front. The battle will be for second. U Buttes re-rallying down the center. Far outside, it's Don Antonio, but it was all 5 Aces in the finale. He won it by 4. Then it was U Butte and Spoofy tied for 4th. Final time for the final 6 furlongs of the day was 1:13 and a deuce. Six, 5 Aces first, 2, U Butte second, 10, Spoofy third, photo for 4th. Turns into winner circles the number 6, 5 Aces. 3-year-old gelding, the son of Cantharos, out of the Street Crime Man Magnolia Lane. A New York bred, 5 Aces is owned by Walter Downey, trained by Jonathan Beckley. Winning rider, Kevin Navarro. $2 double 7.6, 17.60. $2 console double 7.3, $4.40. Speaking of console double, the late scratch of With No Name, you scratched into the post time favorite. It was the winner, 5 Aces for the pick 4 and the pick 5. $2 exacta, 6.2, 34 even. 50-cent try, 6.2, 10. I picked it cold, $56.12. 10-cent super, 6.2, 10.7, $34.75. 50-cent pick 3, 8.76, $7.15. Console pick 3 for 50 cents, 8.73, $1.82. 50-cent pick 4, 4 out of 4, $7. 50-cent pick 5, 5 of 5, $18.50. That wraps up the live racing portion of the program here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack this afternoon. Simulcasting concludes in just about 10 minutes. Casino remains open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes tomorrow at 1:15 with an 8-race card. Until then, on behalf of myself, the track manager, and staff here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm the Big A Anthony Stabile, thanking you for joining us today on this Tuesday. See you tomorrow at 1:15 for the 8-race card. Until then, please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night, everyone.